just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man.
If you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow and if you let me be, if we all give up our partiality, then I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. Reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man. If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man.
I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero homes, zero limits, reaching our end, zero project, the dignity of man. If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bombs, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man.
Hey, if you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow, and if you let me be, if we all gave up our partiality, then I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero homes, zero limits, reaching our end, zero project, the dignity of man. If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man.
If you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow, and if you let me be, if we all give up our partiality, then I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. Reaching our end, zero project, the dignity of man. If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project. project the dignity of man.
Hey, if you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow, and if you let me be, if we all gave up our partiality, then I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bombs, zero limits, reaching our end. Zero project, the dignity of man. If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bombs, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project the dignity of man.
If you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow, and if you let me be, if we all gave up our partiality, then I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bombs, zero limits, If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man.
Hey, if you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow, and if you let me be, if we all gave up our partiality, then I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. Reaching our end, zero project, the dignity of man. If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project,
I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bombs, zero limits, reaching our end. Zero project, the dignity of man. Zero borders, zero bombs, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, zero barriers, zero If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bombs, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man.
If you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow and if you let me be, if we all give up our partiality, then I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bombs, zero limits, reaching our end, zero project, the dignity of man. If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man.
Hey, if you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow and if you let me be, if we all gave up our partiality, then I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. Reaching our end, zero project, the dignity of man. Reaching our aim, zero project, zero zero If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls,
I could be free.
Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero harm, zero limits, reaching our end, zero project, the dignity of man.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Patricia Retamal, soy gerente de asuntos
Good afternoon, I'm
corporativos de
Patricia Retamal.
Fundación
I'm the
Descúbreme
manager of corporate
una
affairs
organización
in
que
the
trabaja por
Chilean
las
Foundation, an
personas con
organization that
discapacidad
works
cognitiva.
for people with
Soy una
cognitive
mujer
disabilities.
cercana a mis 50 años.
I'm about
Estoy
50 years
usando un
old.
suéter de color beige.
I'm wearing a beige
Quiero
sweater.
agradecer la invitación de,
I want to thank
Zero Project
the
para
invitation
esta
of Zero
conferencia
Project for
y
this
moderar
conference
la primera
and
sesión de hoy.
moderate the first
Quiero
session
darle
today.
la más
I
cordial
want to give
bienvenida
you
a
a
todos
very
quienes
warm
nos
welcome
acompañan
to
hoy en
all
la
those
segunda
who are here
jornada
with
de esta
us
conferencia
in the
Zero Project
second
para
day of
América
our
Latina y el
conference
mundo
Zero Project
hispanoparlante,
for the Latin American
centrada en
community
las temáticas
and
de
the Spanish-speaking
accesibilidad
world
y de la
focused
información y
on
las
the
comunicaciones.
accessibility
Al igual
topics
que
and
ayer, hoy tendremos la
ICTs.
posibilidad de
Just like
conversar,
yesterday, today we
conocer
will
y
have a
discutir
conversation
sobre
and we will
los
know and
desafíos y
discuss
lecciones
about
más
the
relevantes para
different
nuestra región
challenges and the most
de
important
Iberoamérica
lessons
en
for
cuanto a
our
la
region
accesibilidad
in
y la
terms of
tecnología. De
accessibility
esta
and
manera,
technology.
continuar
This
construyendo
way, we
un
will
mundo sin
continue
barreras
building
para las
a
personas
world
con
without
discapacidad.
barriers for people
Un
with
mundo sin barreras es
disabilities.
nuestra
A
misión en
world
Zero
without
Project y
barriers
se
is
basa
our
en
mission
la
in Zero
necesidad que
Project and
observamos
is
de
based
garantizar la
on the need that
implementación de
we
la
have
Convención
in
sobre
the
los Derechos de las Personas
implementation
con
on the
Discapacidad
Convention of the
para que
Rights
todas
of
las
people with
personas puedan
disabilities,
disfrutar
so
de manera
everybody
plena
has
de
the
sus
chance
derechos.
to
Por
enjoy their
este motivo,
rights.
el Zero Project cada año
That is why Zero
identificamos y
Project
reconocemos
every
las
year
principales buenas
identifies and
prácticas
recognizes the good
que promueven
practices
estos derechos
that
y día a
promote
día
these
cambian
rights
las vidas de
and
las
on a
personas con
daily
discapacidad en
basis
todo el mundo.
change the lives of
Ahora
people with
quisiera
disabilities
introducirlos
all
a la
around the
jornada de
world.
hoy y a la
Now
próxima
I
sesión.
want to
Como
show
les
you
comentaba, hoy tendremos un foco
what
muy
we are going to
importante
talk
puesto
about
en la
today. Today
innovación
we're
social
focused
y
in the
tecnológica,
social and
con la
technological
participación de nuestros
innovation
increíbles
with the
expositores
participation of
principales,
the incredible
Laura
speakers
Allen
that we
de
have,
Google y Axel
Laura
Leblois
Allen
de
from
G3I,
Google and
moderada por,
Axel Leblois
por
from D3ICT.
nuestra amiga que nos
That is led
acompaña.
by our
Hoy
friend
estamos muy felices de contar
that
con
is
ella.
joining us today, and we're
Luego
very happy
seguiremos
to have them
conversando
here.
sobre
Then
innovaciones
we will talk
tecnológicas en
about
nuestra sesión
technological
denominada
innovations in our session
Tecnologías de
called
vanguardia para la inclusión, moderada por
Cutting-Edge
otro viejo amigo de
Technologies
la
for
casa,
Inclusion, that is
Ricardo
moderated by a
García
very,
Bahamonde,
very old friend from
líder
our
de inclusión y
foundation,
accesibilidad
Ricardo
digital
Garcia
en ATOS
Bahamonde, who
Iberia.
is a leader in
A
innovation
continuación,
and digital
tendremos una
accessibility
sesión
in
muy
ATOS
especial
Iberia.
enfocada en la
Then we will
replicación
have a
social.
session
Hablo
based
del
on
programa
the
Impact
social
Transfer,
replication. I'm
iniciativa
talking about
conjunta de
impact
Fundación
transfers,
Essl, Fundación
a
Descúbreme
joint
y Ashoka,
initiative by
que busca
Ashoka,
apoyar las
Fundación
prácticas más
Descúbreme and
innovadoras
Foundation
para replicarlas a
ESSL
nivel
that
global.
try to apply the
Esta
most
sesión
innovative
será
techniques to
moderada por
reply
Cesarín
them on a
Nicolov,
global
manager
level.
del
This will be
programa. Para
moderated by
finalizar la
Cesarín
jornada,
Nicolov.
podremos
And
conversar
then at
sobre
the
dos temas
end of the day,
fundamentales,
we are going to
accesibilidad
talk about
física
two main
y
topics,
al
the physical
transporte y también el
accessibility and
acceso a la
accessibility to
cultura.
transportation, and
La
also
primera sesión
access to
será
culture. The
moderada por
first
Christine
session will be
Franz,
moderated created by
representante
Christine
para
Franz,
Chile de Smart Cities
representative
for
in
All.
Chile of
Y la
Smart Cities
segunda
for
por
All,
Sonia
and the
García Fraile,
second by Sonia
integrante
Garcia
del equipo de
Fraile,
la Bienal
part
Internacional de
of the
Arte de Fundación
team
11.
of the International
Nuevamente les agradezco a
Bienal
todos
of
su
Art of
participación
the Once
y
Foundation. I want
comenzaremos
to
con la
thank you for
sesión de hoy.
participating with us here
Como
today,
todos nuestros
and we will
invitados
start
hablan
with our
inglés,
first
desde ahora
session.
también les
As all
hablaré
our
en este
speakers
idioma.
will speak in English, I will
I would
pass
like to
my
give you a warm
presentation to
welcome
English.
to all the people who are joining us from different parts of the world for the third edition of the Zero Project Conference for Latin America and the Spanish-speaking world, focusing this year on accessibility and information and communication technologies. I would like to invite you to join this session titled Technologies Serving Accessibility, with the participation of two great speakers, Laura Allen, Head of Strategy, Accessibility and Disability Inclusion of Google, and Axel Leblois, President and CEO of G3 ICT. Accessibility is a topic very close to my heart, and is possible one of the main expressions of what it means to implement the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But it is also a matter of justice for persons with disabilities, because without access to all the services and benefits of daily life, people with disabilities are not recognized in the community in the same way as any other person. We saw it in a yesterday's session, and we will continue to see it again today. Accessibility is what allows people with visual disabilities to read a book, or people with hearing disabilities to communicate in a sign language with public institutions, or people with cognitive disabilities to access the daily news in a language they can easily understand, or people who use wheelchairs to know where they can find a parking space that adapts to their needs. I can give you many other examples, and behind many of them, we find technology and innovation, something that we will see with our speakers on this occasion. ICTs are a tool that allow us to live better and more decent lives. Our first speaker is a lot of experience in these subjects. She has been working with Google for more than 10 years in different areas, and today she is in charge of improving the accessibility of the company products and processes. Unfortunately, Laura couldn't be present live in this session because of scheduling issues, but she didn't want to miss this opportunity, and it's also a topic very important for her. So now I will leave you with a recording of her speech where she gives us perspective and the role of technology in the search for a more accessible society through Google's research and products.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Allen, and I am so happy to be here with you all today. So first, I will explain a little bit about who I am. So I've been with Google now for just about 12 years, and my role is head of strategy for accessibility and disability inclusion. And what that means is I work with a lot of different teams across Google and our central accessibility team on building out programs and processes and improving our products for accessibility, but also working on disability inclusion. So how do we make Google a great place to work for people with disabilities. I also serve as our head of operations for our Disability Alliance Employee Resource Group as well. And before this, my role at Google was the lead program manager for the Chrome and Chrome OS accessibility teams, which was a role that was much more deeply rooted in those specific products. So I've loved my time at Google, and one of the reasons why I am so tied to this work in accessibility is I am low vision myself. I have a really rare visual condition that impacts my central vision. So anything that I look directly at is largely impacted. And this happened to my left eye when I was 10, and then to my right eye when I was 14. And at that point, it was right before I was entering high school, and it was just such a huge period of transition where at that point I had lost all ability to use my central vision, so was no longer able to use my vision to read or to see the chalkboard in school, to recognize faces. So it was a huge period of transition with my family where my school wasn't really sure what to do to best support me. They didn't know right off the bat how to create accessible materials and best teach me in the classroom environment. So I relied pretty heavily on my parents and on my brother to sort of bridge those gaps in those early years of high school, where I would literally go home and they would read my homework aloud to me, and they would read my books aloud to me. And it was amazing of them to be able to do that. But over the years, we were able to find out the right mixture of assistive technology and processes to convert my books into a format that I could then listen to with text-to-speech software. So that was truly just so freeing to be able to figure out that right mixture of assistive technologies between text-to-speech, magnification, contrast adjustments, and color inversion, a larger mouse cursor, just this really good mix that works specifically for me, which I then used to finish high school and took with me to college, and still use to this day. But I think about that early period so often, where I was so heavily reliant and dependent on my family. And I think about how lucky I was to have a family that was so amazing and so able to help me through that period. But I also recognize that not everyone has that sort of support system, and access or lack thereof can really shift someone's entire trajectory. So now that I'm at Google and working in this area, my whole passion and my drive is to really use technology to level and up-level the playing field for people with disabilities. And I'm thrilled to be doing this work. So, of course, that's just one story, like my personal story of my experience with disability. But there are so many different disabilities and experiences that we need to consider, of course. So whether thinking about mobility, sensory, so things like vision and hearing, neurodiversity, mental health, chronic health, intellectual and developmental disabilities, and more. And of course, disability can be permanent, it can be temporary, it can be situational, and we are all impacted by disability in some form, whether it's ourselves or our loved ones or people in our community. Disability is so widespread and such a diverse space. And we often think about these different models of disability. So there's the medical model and the social model of disability, where the medical model views disability as an issue that is intrinsic to the person, and it's something really considered to be fixed almost. Whereas the social model views disability as a mismatch between a person's needs and their environment. So we really support the social model of disability, and we want to do as much as we can to eliminate that mismatch and really empower people with disabilities through technology. And to this effect, accessibility is actually in Google's mission statement to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So it's really integral to our processes and to our programs at Google. And we're working so hard to be embedding accessibility into our products, into all the different things we're doing in terms of designing our products and developing and training and researching. It's got to be something that's sort of baked in across the board. And we're really proud of how far we've come. We know there's still a lot to be done, but we've come a long way in the past years, and we're excited about the different innovations that have been made. And we also strongly believe when it comes to building technology, we need to be building with, not only for, people with disabilities. So building with our community is just so critical. And we really aim to uphold this disability inclusion principle of nothing about us without us. And we do this through our user research, through community feedback and gathering that and bringing it back to the product teams, through building partnerships with key organizations and disability advocacy groups, and of course through hiring people with disabilities and embedding people directly within our teams across the company. And the goal there is really to increase representation and have diversity of perspective by just having more people with disabilities across our workforce. So next, I'd love to share just some examples of innovation and some of the things that our teams have been working on over the past years. So to begin, captions are something that's so critical for the deaf and hard of hearing community. But they're also so much more broadly used and can be so useful by a very large group of people. So whether that's someone who's watching a video in a loud environment and didn't bring headphones, somebody who wants to be able to view a screen in a loud environment and just needs to be able to read the captions. There's so many different use cases for captions, even just new language learners who find it beneficial to be able to both see the visual captions while listening to the audio. That can be really useful. So when it comes to captions at Google, there's been a long history of the work that's been going on. So Captions launched in YouTube in 2009, and this was in English. And now today we support many different languages for captions across YouTube, which is so critical for this video platform. And Google Slides, our presentation application, added captions to presentations in 2016. So when you're presenting, there is just a closed captions button, and you can use automatically generated captions as you are presenting, which is really interesting. And then Google Meet, which is our video conferencing platform, added captions in 2019. And now we have many different languages that are supported. And it's been really interesting to see, how important this was, especially during the pandemic, when we had so many people relying so heavily on video captioning and just on video conferencing as a whole. So we also now have the ability to access automatic captions across Android as a whole, across Android devices, and across the Chrome browser as well. So this is for any video or any audio. For example, on Chrome, if you're listening to a podcast and you want to access live automated captions for that podcast, you're able to do that now within Chrome. And then really new, we also have translated captions within Google Meet video conferencing in a variety of different languages to be able to translate between languages. And right now this is available for education and enterprise customers and hope to expand. So in addition to all those things in terms of captions I just mentioned, we also have another innovation on Android, which is called Live Transcribe and Sound Notifications. So using Google's automatic speech recognition and sound detection technology, Live Transcribe and Sound Notifications provides you with a free real-time transcription of your conversations. And it can help send notifications based on what's going on in your surrounding sounds at home, for example. So the notifications can make you aware of important situations, like things like a fire alarm going off, or a doorbell ringing, or even water running and other items, so you can take action and respond more quickly. And going back to that idea of building with people with disabilities, Live Transcribe was created by my colleagues, Chet, who's on the right in this photograph, and Dimitri, who is on the left, who is profoundly deaf. So Chet decided to write this prototype for Live Transcribe over one weekend a few years ago. And he wanted to do this so that he and Dimitri could work better together in the office, and they could be able to access this real-time transcription of their conversations and collaborate more effectively. And he built this, and now it's being used by so many more people than just the two of them, of course. It's widely available across Android, in many different languages as well. So really just interesting how this started out as a problem that these two, pointed out, decided to do something about. They built with a community member. Dimitri was so heavily involved in the creation of this product and really wanted to give his perspective and make sure it worked best for him and his interaction with his colleagues. And now it's something that can benefit so many people across the world. So a few other product innovations to mention. So next up, users with more severe motor and speech impairments now have two ways to control their phone using facial gestures. So camera switches is a new feature in Android Switch Access for navigating the phone by scanning and selecting elements using facial gestures and eye movements. And Project Activate is a new app for quick communications. And this app can enable you to activate, customized preset communications by making facial gestures such as smiling or even like looking upward. So with your face, you can play things like a text-to-speech phrase. You can play audio to express yourself or to control a smart speaker in your home. You can send a text message, you can make a phone call, and you can do other things as well. So another item is Lookout, which is available on Android, and Lookout can be really beneficial for people who are blind and low vision. I happen to use this app a lot. And what it does is it uses the Android camera to, it uses the camera along with computer vision and machine learning to understand more about the world around you. So it does things like detect objects, and it can read text using OCR. It can read food labels and a number of other things. And in Lookout version 2.4, which is pretty recently released, we also released the ability to have handwriting recognition, which can be so useful. I know for me, that's something I always struggle with, being able to read handwritten notes and papers. So this also supports all Latin-based languages now. And this was one of the, the handwriting was one of the most requested features from our community, actually. So we were really excited to get that launched. We also have added the ability to read international currencies, so such as euros and the Indian rupees. So another area has been a feature called Enhanced Select to Speak, which is available on Chromebooks. And with Select to Speak, this is actually the feature that I happen to use most as somebody who's low vision, but it can also be super useful for somebody who is dyslexic or has other learning challenges. And what it does is it allows you to select a certain amount of text or a certain portion of the screen to be read aloud. And as it's read, there's options for word-by-word highlighting. You can do things like pause and resume. You can move forward and backward, speed up the sound, the actual verbalization, or slow it down, and a number of other items. And recently we worked on adding some more functionality. So things like, for example, shading the background. So for somebody who has difficulty focusing on the page and focusing in on the core content on the page, you can actually shade everything else behind it so that you can really just hone in on that core content and stay focused. Another thing that we did was we added better, sort of more human sounding voices, which can be really helpful, especially just for understanding and recognizing the text coming through. It's really a large improvement for people like me who are low vision, and also, so many of our dyslexic users who want to not only listen to text read aloud, but also visually read it as it's progressing. So we also have some interesting research projects going on. So for example, Project Relate. And it can be really hard to understand how someone speaks. And this is particularly true for people who have heavy accents, but also can be really difficult for different people with disabilities. And most companies don't really have a lot of examples of people with speech impairments in terms of what they sound like, which is why speech technology really doesn't work as well as it should today in regards to speech recognition. And again, this is because the models that are used to create the speech recognition aren't trained well enough for people with varying speech types and speech impairments or heavy accents. And the first step of this to make this an improved effort is really to do the research and to record as much audio data as we really can from people who have non-standard speech. So we ask them to read specific phrases aloud. So we have lots of labels to go along with their audio clips. And we're using this to further train the models. So this is still in the research phase, but we're really excited to see where this research goes and how we can use it to make further speech recognition improvements in the future as well. So I just mentioned a handful of examples of product accessibility, product innovations. There's a lot of other things going on, of course, when it comes to product improvements, but that's just a bit of a taste of some of the recent activity that's gone on. But in addition to making features that will help to support and empower our users with disabilities and our employees with disabilities, we also want to work on making it easier for developers and designers and people building products across the world to build them more accessibly and more inclusively. So one of the examples of building this is providing tooling. So for example, the accessibility scanner is an app that's available on mobile. And what this does is you can run it, it's a free tool, you can run it across any app on mobile, and it will suggest different issues that it's finding for accessibility. So for example, if it detects that there is poor contrast on the app, or if it's missing labels, or if there are small touch targets, it will give all those recommendations, and it'll just help you to be able to make your app more accessible to users with disabilities. And in addition, if you're building websites, if you're building across web applications, et cetera, it's also important to know about Chrome's Lighthouse tools. And again, this is built into the Chrome developer tools set. And what it does, it also provides a really useful dashboard, giving you a sense of how things are going, how accessible is this page, and where could the code be improved to make it more accessible. So it also shows you, again, specific areas where there are issues, where you may want to make improvements and changes to make your page more accessible. And it also provides links to different documentation to help support you if you're not as familiar with accessibility and accessible design. So there's been a lot going on, and we're so excited about the future of accessibility and innovation at Google. And I wanted to leave you with a few resources for where you can learn more in the future. So our main website for Google Accessibility is google.com/accessibility. And there's a lot of information there about different product resources, different tools for developers, and a lot more, even just how to get more in touch with teams and so on. We also have a Twitter handle, which is @GoogleAccess. And we have a set of YouTube videos as well, which go into different products and functionality. And we're looking to make more videos in the future as well, but there are a lot of them on there already. And that playlist is available at goo.gle/A11Y-YouTube. So again, that's our YouTube playlist for Google Accessibility, and we'll be hoping to add more soon. And then we also have our disability support team. And this is a team of people who are set up to help our users, whether they have questions about how our products work, whether they have feedback, whether if they're encountering an issue and they want to ask for support, or if they have requests for the future, feature requests and such, they can reach out to our disability support team. And that is available. There's a lot of information about how to get in touch at g.co/disability support. And again, there are multiple formats of how to get in touch. So for example, there's email support and chat support. There is even work through sign language and the Be My Eyes technology to work with the Be My Eyes volunteers. So lots of different ways depending on whatever method of communication works best for you. But if you do have feedback, please do reach out to the support agents. And we really do rely so heavily on feedback from our community. We want to make sure, again, that we are building with our community and that we're understanding the needs and the requests of how to make our products more useful. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much. I so appreciate being asked to join you today and to give this presentation. And I really hope that all of you are staying safe and staying well. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Laura, for sharing your personal and professional experience that show that it's possible to break down all barriers. I also thank you for introducing us to all these interesting tools that Google offers to everyone, not only for people with disabilities. Now, I would like to introduce you to a dear friend, Carolina Garcia, who will be the host of the next part of this session. Welcome, Carolina.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for your kind introduction and for inviting me to participate in this wonderful event once again. Hello, everyone. My name is Carolina Garcia, and for those who cannot see me, I am a middle-aged woman with white skin, brown hair, and dressed with a yellow blouse. I am president and founder of Fundación Comunidad Inclusiva, an organization that works to achieve a deep cultural change in our society in which diversity, inclusion, equality, and justice for all becomes a reality in both public and private spheres. Now I want to introduce you to Axel Leblois, who had led IT companies in the United States and today serves as president and CEO of G3ICT, the global initiative for inclusive ICTs. Axel, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And I will start by presenting myself as a baby boomer, meaning I have some white hair and a blue shirt. And I'm here in the United States, speak from the state of Florida. The presentation we just heard from Laura shows the incredible progress made by technology to provide accessible digital interfaces for a variety of situations of disabilities. And I think one of the big challenges that civil society faces in many ways is to ensure that persons with disabilities have actually not only access, because a lot of it now is free, but also have the tools and the capacity to put those in action. Now, as a background, G3ICT is a nonprofit organization that was formed by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs back in 2006, when the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities was about to be adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. And the reason why this initiative was formed is because at the time, there were some very revolutionary and very smart disposition that actually for the first time in the history of international law and in most countries for the first time at all, there were dispositions that actually made it compulsory to ensure that persons with disability can enjoy an accessible environment. And that included, in Article 9, the built environment, transportation, and information and communications technologies. So since the start of our initiative, the work we have been doing was to drum those dispositions around the world, work on with many different United Nations affiliated organizations on developing model policies to support the propagation of accessibility in digital interfaces. And that include mobile phones, computers, television, ATMs, software, anything that's digital. So it's a big undertaking, obviously, and over the years, now it's 16 years of work, we have seen immense progress in how the availability of accessible technology has increased. Now, that said, there are a number of challenges that I'm sure many of our colleagues around the world who are leading organizations of persons with disabilities see every day in terms of barriers that affect digital services or digital content. And so one of the progressive evolution that we have seen since 6 or 7 years is that as organizations understand the need and quite often have an obligation to actually provide accessible digital interfaces, contents, products, or services, they have been starting to focus more on how do we achieve that. And that meant in many cases ensuring that you have the appropriate skill sets in your organization. And so, for instance, if you think about websites, as you know, there are many technologies now like screen readers and all kind of embedded text-to-speech functionalities in different operating system software. But if a website is not designed to be accessible by those tools, then you can't use it. And that affects a very large proportion of websites around the world, I would say probably more than 90%. And in the case of essential services, like government services, health-related services, emergency services, education websites, and so on and so forth, or even for commercial websites that are indispensable, like banking or transportation, if they aren't accessible, they are really excluding persons with disabilities who can't use them. So there is a standard for that. There is a standard issued by the World Wide Web Consortium called the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which is now also an ISO standard and has been adopted widely around the world. And so that's an example of what it takes to actually make sure we have enough knowledge of those standards to provide proper implementation. So the need that organization had of capacity building and training of personnel led our organization, GISRA-ICT, to adopt and grow the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. And that means offering training and certification, professional certification in accessibility. So organizations that are intent to have the right skill sets to provide accessible products, services, or contents can rely on professionals who know what they are doing. So we have seen over the past few years an incredible growth of the number of organizations and individuals who are actually participate in those programs. I think we right now have about 5,000 active members in about 92 countries. We are currently looking at moving into Spanish content and Spanish courses and certification processes. And so we are very, very happy that we have this opportunity to participate in the Zero Project conference for Spanish-speaking countries. Overall, in the past, we also realized that in many areas, there were things that could be done that would actually accelerate the adoption and availability of technologies that are available right now. So for instance, we heard a lot about mobile accessibility features in Laura's presentation, and I would like to piggyback on that because it's a good example. So mobile penetration in Latin America is considerable. It's one of the continents where the amount of the proportion of people with mobile phone is one of the highest in the world. So that means that for many persons with disabilities, having access to the right mobile accessibility features is really, really a great opportunity. So we have worked, for instance, with the International Telecommunication Union to adopt model policies in partnership with the mobile service providers and industry groups. And in many countries, telecom regulators are not really aware or doing anything about it. And it's really a pity because there are ways to actually, organize multi-stakeholder initiatives between mobile service providers, persons with disabilities, and telecom regulators to ensure that persons with disabilities, for instance, have unrestricted access to mobile phone and mobile services that have the maximum amount of accessibility features, and also provide support and training. It has been done in quite a few countries, but many countries don't have it. So I will give you an example. As you probably heard at the Zero project before, in Colombia, FENASCOL had video relay services for quite a few years. The organization is run by FENASCOL, the Colombian Federation for the Deaf, and in partnership with the MINTIC, which is the Ministry of Information Technology in Colombia. And that means that any deaf person in Colombia has full access, free of charge, to video relay service and video interpretation services. Now, what that means is if you are a deaf person, you can actually use your mobile phone to actually call someone who is actually a hearing person. And then you have a video interpreter coming online to help you communicate. And the same with video interpretation services when you are, for instance, at a doctor's place, or you want to communicate with someone in administration, or you are in an important meeting, you can call for a video remote interpreter. So those examples are really important to bear in mind because the technology is here today. So why not have it made available to persons with disabilities? Countries have, in their immense majority in Latin America, ratified this Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It is very clear from the CRPD obligation that countries ought, for instance, to offer video relay services at this time. It's not a matter of ambiguous interpretation. It should be done, but it's not done. So from a civil society standpoint, I would say this is an example where pushing for adoption of those new technologies would be really, really useful. Another example would be, for instance, public procurement. What does that mean? So governments around the world are the largest purchaser of information technology. As a purchaser of information technology, governments are spending the taxpayer money to buy technology. And so if they buy technology that is not accessible and that does not actually allow all members of the community to use those tools, then it's really a discrimination against persons with disabilities. So you are using taxpayer money to discriminate against persons with disabilities as a public entity. However, public procurement processes in many countries do not include a verification of accessibility of the product or services purchased. So that's another example where, the civil society can actually push forward to get things to be adopted. So for instance, if you have a choice between an accessible software or interface and a choice of a non-accessible piece of software, but it happens that for all criteria, the cost and everything, the inaccessible version looks better, then maybe it's going to be chosen without consideration for the fact that there is an accessible solution. That means that if I take those two examples, for instance, like mobile phone or public procurement, Or I could add, education, technology education. We could look at many different areas, actually in banking and so on and so forth. The key factor of success for countries to succeed in actually pushing for those programs to make sure that existing technology is made available to persons with disabilities is the participation of organizations of persons with disabilities in the preparation, development, and monitoring of policies and programs with public entities and the private sector. You heard Laura Allen at Google. Here is a major corporation that actually tries to push forward the agenda of accessibility. What do? I think you heard Laura very well. They consult with persons with disabilities at all stages of the cycle of development. They hire persons with disabilities on their team. They work with organizations of persons with disabilities. It is super important for any government agency, any entity that wants to actually move forward with those type of initiatives to involve persons with disabilities. We actually monitor the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities with panel research in 137 countries. So we have a clear idea of what's going on. And over the years, we have clearly seen that those countries with the best success are those countries where formal processes are part of the rules to involve persons with disabilities in policy making and monitoring, or in program development and monitoring. So with that, I would like to stop. I think we are on top of the hour, but I will be more than happy to answer any question, of course, to engage in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Axel. Thank you very much for your words, showing not only the public and private sectors are essential in the work towards a more inclusive community, but also civil society is crucial in this process. Thank you for all of the examples that you gave us. We see how institutions like G3 ICT are working to make information and communication technologies an important ally for people with disabilities. And well, in fact, we don't have no much time. So thank you very much, Axel, for these interesting reflections, your examples, and thank you, Laura, for your intervention. I would also like to thank the wonderful audience who has joined us in this session and who have been sending us questions and comments. We will be answering by chat and by email all your requests. I would like to end this session by sharing a final word with all of you. Our speakers here with us today have shown us that new technologies are very useful on the way to a more inclusive society. But we must not forget that this achieves to achieve effective access for all the people to these technologies that will make their lives easier. We must pay special attention to the most vulnerable groups within the population living with disability, such as women, people living in rural areas, and those living in locations with high levels of poverty. Only when we make technology accessible to all, no matter the gender, age, or social condition, will we achieve a fully accessible society. Thank you very much to all of you.
Muchas gracias.
Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the 2022 Zero Project Conference for Latin America and the Spanish-speaking community. I am Andrés Veroji, and I'm the head of Management and Diversity of Fundación Descúbreme. I'm a white man, tall, and I'm wearing glasses, and I'm 53 years old. Good morning or good afternoon. I am Maria Ignacia Rodriguez. I am a white woman, average height, dark hair, and I'm also wearing glasses. In Fundación Descúbreme, my role is the International Coordination Chief and also the coordinator of Zero Project for Latin America. This project, we have the great task of expanding its mission for a world without barriers for the Spanish-speaking world and our region. We want to thank the moderation of Carolina Garcia, the vision of experts such as Axel Leblois, President and Executive Director of G3 ICT, and Laura Allen, the Head of Strategy of Accessibility in Google, for their presentations in the session Technology at the Service of Accessibility. Given the incredible importance of technology as a tool for promoting independence of people with disabilities, as it is seen in the great session that we just heard, we're going to continue talking about this topic in our next session, which is cutting-edge technologies for inclusion. This panel shows how the use of these new cutting-edge technologies may simplify the life of people with disabilities through the creation of tools, devices, assistive technologies, apps, and many other uses. The moderator of this session, that is going to be with us for the third year because of its great knowledge in this on this topic, it's Ricardo Bahamonde, who is the leader of accessibility and digital inclusion in ATOS, Iberia. Also with us, we have great speakers, Pablo Escobar from CEDETI UC, a research center of the Catholic University of Chile, that have created a digital system for promoting the reading through games for children with disability, especially for Down syndrome children. Also with us, we have Claudiu Leverenz from MUNEVO Drive, a German organization that have created a technology based on smart glasses that allow them to move the wheelchair with the movement of their head. And also with us is Carlo Castellano from the Association of People with Reduced Mobility in Spain, who created part for this app that allowed them to find these park spaces for people with disabilities. We invite you to see the next session.
Good day. My name is Ricardo Garcia. I'm the Director of Accessibility and Digital Inclusion at ATOS for the Iberian region. And I'd like to welcome you to this session that is part of the Zero Project Latin America Conference for 2022, where we will be talking about issues to do with innovation, accessibility, and how these innovative technologies can really improve the inclusion of people with disabilities. I'd like to introduce myself. Since last year, I've been working with ATOS in terms of digital inclusion and accessibility, but since 2004, I've been working in this area of the inclusion of people with disabilities and accessibility and technologies, developing different projects in the United States, Latin America, and in Europe. I've been helping different governments, universities, organizations to really advance their strategies and policies in terms of digital inclusion. I also worked for several years in different organizations in Spain and in the United States at the Georgia Institute of Technology. I've worked as a consultant for different organizations, both at the international level and with the United Nations. I've got a background in business from the University of Madrid, and I'm also certified accessibility professional from the Institute of Accessibility Professionals. In this session, we're going to be talking about issues that are so interesting, that are related related to how new leading edge technologies can really facilitate the lives of people with disabilities. But we also have to think about the challenges that need to be overcome. How can we make sure that these technologies can really be replicable, scalable? How can they be converted into mass technologies that can be used by different populations and that can help solve all of these issues? We have to think about all the problems that they're going to face in doing so. Who can market them? Who can scale them? Who can take them to market? Who is going to pay for these technologies? These are all questions that are very important to think about. And it's one of those things that I wanted to bring to the fore in this session. We're going to have 3 very interesting experts with us today who are bringing their knowledge into play in developing different innovations that are really so interesting and so important. We're going to have Pablo Escobar, who has a PhD in psychology, and he is with the Catholic University of Chile. And he's an assistant researcher at the Center for the Development of Inclusive Technologies, or CEDETI, at the same university. And he has been researching the cognitive processes that are related to reading and writing skills and how technology can help develop these skills. We also have Claudiu Leverenz, who is the co-founder and CEO of MUNEVO. And he's going to be presenting his initiative. He holds a degree in IT from the Technological University of Munich. And he also has a degree from Ansbach. Then finally, we have Carlo Castellano, who also has a computer sciences degree from the University of Salerno. And he is with the Association of People with Reduced Mobility, and he has launched several different initiatives. He is the founder of Park for Dis, and he will be talking about the initiative. It is a platform that helps people with reduced mobility find parking spots. And he has also worked with other initiatives such as Solnex. And he is the manager of a consulting company that also works on initiatives for people with reduced mobility. And he works on developing different software that targets these markets. So first, I would like to thank all of our panelists for participating today. And if we could begin with Pablo Escobar. Pablo is going to present La Mesita, or Tiny Table, which is a really interesting project. It's a free application that supports the development of reading skills among children with a special focus on children with Down. So Pablo, please go ahead with your presentation and welcome to the session.
Thank you, Ricardo, for that great presentation. We are so thankful for being here, joining you, sharing the work that we are doing with my colleagues and also with the other speakers. As Ricardo mentioned, I'm going to talk about La Mesita, the Tiny Table. It's a development that we created in CEDETI UC. We are a multidisciplinary team from the Catholic University in Chile, and we develop these technological solutions to improve the quality of life of people with access barriers. We also have these tests that are more fair. We also have digital and analog games also related to research and also the development of softwares focused in the empowering of development of learning of those children with educational needs. Under this context, we find a very important problem, not only in Latin America, but also in other places in the world, which is the reading and writing learning in children with Down syndrome. When we see this reading skills profile, this profile is shows children with difficulties for understanding what they are reading, and also the reading of pseudo words. These pseudo words in cognitive psychology are words that sound as if they existed, but they do not exist. But when we have to read this type of words, we have to use our phonological awareness in order to pronounce them. So it's this phonological awareness, the main core that explains the development of reading, of the reading skills, and also it explains these difficulties. What happens is that although children have a good reading of different words, the reading of pseudo words and understanding is not very clear, creating a profile that is similar to other types of genetic syndromes, especially in those children with typical development that present specific difficulties in reading comprehension that have a very similar profile. So research has shown or showed in the 1990s that eventually the problem of reading for children with Down syndrome was the important problem in the phonological awareness. And so what they created was like a bypass, not to force the phonological route in the reading learning, but creating a different type of reading methods. And these are global methods. And they did these changes. And although we had these changes, we continue to face this problem that children with difficulties in their development continue to see these low rates of reading learning process. The point is, science progresses, and especially in the study of reading skills, and for more than 30 years, those initial works realized that and we started to see that it's not that children with Down syndrome has this alteration in the phonological awareness. The problem was in the instruments that were not sensitive enough to identify this development. So research has shown us that for children with intellectual disabilities and children with other types of development conditions, they continue a different pattern different to the ones of the typical development. So those skills, technical cognitive skills that are crucial for learning to read in typical children, they are also applicable for those children with some type of disability. So we created an alternative solution that passes through the technology, and you understand that the technological model allows us to have a more adaptability to the specific needs of these users, where we can change the size of the fonts, also the time involved in the stimuli of a screen, and the way the texts are also presented, and how we can navigate in these devices. We also think that the technological solution is flexible, as it adapts not only to the physical needs and cognitive needs and learning needs of these type of students, and it's an alternative based on evidence. The literature tells us that this works in order to support the reading learning process, not only for children with typical development, but also children with some type of specific difficulties in the learning process. That's when we developed this software that we called La Mesita, or the tiny table. And this software is based on this cognitive model of reading, in which we empower these 4 great groups of skills that we understand are very important for children to learn to read. And this simulation of these paths is done through this virtual desktop or desk that is this innovative component that is different to the traditional models in the stimulation of reading skills that are based on models of trial and error, trial, error, and they are also modified, but they continue the same pattern. We thought about this virtual desk in which users can deploy different worlds in which they are going to find words or vocabulary that is related to that world. Let's say the park, the theater, the circus, the house, the market. And in these, they deploy these images that children can manipulate according to their size. And also they can manipulate the writing of those words. And the system showed us some preloaded words, but there is always the possibility to add new words, and children or users can manipulate these words. So through this virtual desk, we stimulate these paths from phonological skills that are basic for the learning of the reading process, the alphabetical principle, which is the knowledge of the letters, and also vocabulary skills, oral comprehension, that we can also work through this software that offers the possibility of being very flexible, and we can adapt these to the specific needs according to the context in which these children are learning. Also, this application has a user manual which also is calibrated or considered according to the levels in the development of the skills. So parents, teachers can also stimulate these skills through this transference model of the teaching of the learning skills. We tested these, the effectiveness of this tool, and we saw that Down syndrome children, after the intervention and the sustained intervention as base of La Mesita, they improved their reading learning, but also we found another group of children who did not benefit from these software, especially those who had more cognitive problems or disabilities. But the good results of the tool allow us to have a transfer in which what is good for the differential education is good for the rest of the world. And we could open this use of this tool in the context of pandemic. It was widely used. There was this word of mouth, and people used it. We got more downloads from the app because teachers asked parents to use this tool in order to stimulate the reading skills in their children. The perspectives that we have with La Mesita is to have other languages versions, and also from the beginning we want to be able to have less, the less changes as possible, so we can have our tool in other languages. We have the version in English that we call Tiny Table, and also we had the transfer of this virtual desk for learning maths through a software that we also created that is called Racking. And also we want to create another app that is more basic for those children with greater disabilities, and that for the abilities of early communication can be stimulated through this software, this type of software. Also, we want to remind you that these apps are free. They are for Android and iOS systems, and you may download them as well. Thank you so much for this invitation.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Congratulations on the project. It's really an excellent presentation, and it's such an interesting project. And I think it has so many possibilities to be able to scale it up and to extend it into different languages. I think you're working on it in a really interesting and the correct way, and I think there's so many possibilities to be explored. And using this technology so that more people, more children can really take advantage. Now we're going to go to our next guest, Claudiu Leverenz. He's going to be speaking to us about MUNEVO. It's a technology that is based on using smart glasses that allow the user in a wheelchair to be able to move about using their head. And so it's really for those users who don't have the ability to be able to physically manipulate their chair. It gives them a really interesting alternative to manage the functioning of their chair. Claudiu, welcome, and please go ahead.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Ricardo, for the introduction. I'm super happy to be here, and I'm going to talk about MUNEVO and assistive technology based on smart glasses. Just as a short introduction, who are we? Here I have a picture of Alika. Alika is our youngest user. She's 8 years old. She's sitting here in the middle on her wheelchair, and left and right to her are my colleagues and also my co-founder, Konstantin. And it's basically showing their smiles, and it's basically showing like why we are doing what we're doing. It's in order to help people and create those smiles on their faces. MUNEVO was founded in 2018, and MUNEVO Drive is the first power wheelchair alternative drive system that is using smart glasses. I'll tell you more how it works in a second. But as of now, we're a startup, so nevertheless, we equipped more than 150 wheelchair users with the solution, and all were 100% reimbursed. Why? Because it's a medical device and it went to all the regulatory hurdles. We also got our FDA approval now in December 2021. So we're currently also expanding to the US and soon hopefully also to Latin America. We're very proud also of our team. So we're about 20 people already now, with people from academia, clinic, rehabilitation, but actually also wheelchair users have joined our team, which makes us also really proud. And right now we're still looking also for contacts in the rehabilitation space, insurance payers, cleansing distributors. So happy to connect after the presentation as well. You heard it already maybe in the beginning. So these are the current solutions that people have to use when they are in a wheelchair and when they cannot use their joystick control with their own hands. So what happens is that the joystick of the wheelchair is positioned somewhere in front of their chin, and then people have to push with their chin against the joystick to drive a wheelchair. And then there are different other alternatives such as buttons where you push against the buttons. And here in the picture, you see that there are a lot of devices in front of the face, which makes it very stigmatizing, which makes it also very hard to adapt because it's very static and mechanical, meaning that as soon as you change position in a wheelchair, and that happens on a daily basis throughout the day, then those solutions are somewhere in the eye or on the nose, and it doesn't really work anymore. So we really have to rely on a lot of support of rehabilitation experts or distributors that come and have to fix it, or some people are trying to push it, and often it breaks. And MUNEVO Drive is the first digital solution. The smart glass itself has movement sensors integrated, and through those movement sensors, we use actually the same movement as you would use with your chin control or with the buttons, where you push against the button and your head is moving. So we use the same movement. The benefit of the solution, I'll go with that in a second, is that it actually can be calibrated. The signals that we take from the sensor data, we send to an adapter that we can connect to any standard power wheelchair. And after that, the smart glass comes with a lot of features integrated. So we have a camera, we have a microphone, we have a display, and there's also an audio system. So by that, we show the user information, and he also or she also hears the information read out loud. And that is very important also for people that have cognitive impairments to really understand how to use the solution. So the advantages are pretty clear. I mentioned the calibration. This is something that is done by the user, him or herself. It takes 15 seconds. So whatever time of the day, whatever position, he or she can always adapt it to his or her needs. It's also more comfortable because you don't have anything around your face anymore. And through those integrated functions, we can connect it also to other devices. So it's very intuitive. But there's not just benefits for the user. Actually, we thought and we developed this together with therapists, with rehab specialists, and the users in mind. It's a plug-and-play system because it takes us only 5 minutes to plug it into the wheelchair. And we offer a lot of support from far because as soon as we install the solution, at home we can connect it to the local Wi-Fi, and by that get access to remote maintenance, meaning that we can update the solution from far, we can fix things from far, and it's completely digital. So there are no mechanical repairs in the end compared to the other solutions that often fail or break down and have to be replaced. And we even thought one step further. As soon as we developed MUNEVO Drive, we found out that it's not just about the wheelchair. It's also about the whole environment of the user. So we connected the solution to their phones, so people can also make phone calls right now or control their phone. We connected to the computer so that they can use it as a computer mouse. And the latest technology or latest feature was to connect it to their home environments, so the smart home systems, meaning that you can connect it to your TV and turn, the TV on and off, switch the channels. You can connect it to the lights and turn on the lights, open the door, open the blinds. So a range of possibilities for the user to enhance their everyday life. And we don't want to stop there. So we're still continuing to develop multiple things. The latest or newest feature that will be released soon is also an offline speech recognition that we'll also want to train to also help people that have speech impairments, but that would make it overall easier to connect to the different solutions and have a faster access to these features. If you want to get in touch, here's our contact details. I would like to say that we are very, very much looking forward to also connect to everyone in Latin America. I think it's an amazing opportunity for us. We know that we can help a lot of people and we would like your support. So please, as mentioned before, get in touch with us and we'll be happy to connect and to discuss different possibilities, what we can do in order to help more people become more independent. And that's my last slide. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Claudiu. What a fantastic presentation. And it's a technology, a solution that really solves problems that people really have. And that's what we're trying to do here, is to try and solve those day-to-day problems. It's just a fantastic solution. I really hope that everything goes really well for you, and I wish you all the success. And we'll go on to our third guest today, Carlo Castellano. He's going to be telling us about his application, Park for Dis, which, as I said, it solves those real-life day-to-day problems. Here, it's for people with reduced mobility. And so, Carlo, if you can just tell me, let me say this. I was really interested to see that one of the rally pilots, Albert Ueda, he uses a wheelchair and he has competed in rallies his entire life. But he says then when he gets in his own car and he tries to find a parking spot, he cannot find one. And so it doesn't matter. He often finds someone who doesn't have a disability card in his spot. So I think Park for Dis is something that could solve his problem. Carlo, go ahead. Welcome. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much, Ricardo, for the introduction. Albert Ueda is a friend of mine, in fact. And he has participated in this project. I want to give you a little bit of context. My name is Carlo Castellano. I'm in my mid-50s, white. I use a beard and eyeglasses. And today I'm going to be talking about the Park for Dis project. It is based on one of the initiatives of ASOPMR, which is the Association of People with Reduced Mobility in Spain. I'll show you a little bit about our team and how we founded our initiative. we want to gather and distribute all of that information about accessibility for people with reduced mobility, because this is really a personal issue as well. I saw that there was a lack of information about the certain issues. The primary one being that where are parking spots for people with reduced mobility located? We know where they are, but even if we find out that information, we find that the spot is actually full. Can we figure out where the other spots are available? So in the European Union, we have municipal ordinances that manage all of these spots for people with reduced mobility. And so we wanted to figure out how we could manage all of this information. It was something that I thought of because of my own personal situation, but it's a situation that is shared with more than 15 million people throughout Europe. And so there were a series of local initiatives that tried to manage all of this information on different reduced mobility parking spots. But we saw as a group that, think about it, in Spain, there are more than 8,000 localities. And if you wanted to travel and you needed to have to download each one of these applications and all of that information, you would need one for every single city that you're traveling to. And so we saw that there was a need to create a central platform, and we're looking to expand it throughout Europe. And it's become this Europe-wide intercity solution that shows the user in an interactive manner where they can both receive and contribute information about where those parking spots are available. We've divided it into two areas. We've got Park for Dis People, which is an app and a web platform that is free for users. And first, it provides all of that information, where the places are, what are the local rules for parking. Then it allows me to know, in this city, where can I park? Is it a loading zone, etc.? And I've often found when I go to park in a place that I'm not very familiar with, that I've come back and I've got a fine because I wasn't aware of those local ordinances. So, you know, it can be such a nightmare. So we decide to incorporate that information. So we decide to guide people to those places. Then we can also allow our users to report information, for example, to the municipality, if they have found that, for instance, it's being occupied by someone else. And the technology also allows them to be able to reserve certain places, certain spots. We found that there was a need for the different municipalities to be able to manage all of these problems in order to improve the user experiences, to be able to update all of the spots that were being made available, and to be able to provide the information on the fraudulent use of the disability cards that are available in Europe. For example, those people who might borrow their grandparents' card to be able to go and park near the beach, etc. We want to be able to have that information and gather it together. And so we've been able to invest in order to continue to add more and more features to our platform. We've been able to bring together a lot of different statistics, and now we are seeing that we are reaching more than 5,000 users now. We've incorporated more countries in Europe. We have more than 250 mayoral offices that are working with us, and many volunteers who are helping us to map where all of this information on parking spots are available. We've been featured in several different media, and we've also had the backing of the Fundación Descúbreme, and we're working with several different organizations here in Spain. And we've also been awarded or recognized by different organizations such as Zero Project. And we've also received some international attention. We finance the initiative through providing consultancy services and raising awareness on the different issues. So we work from an end-to-end with all the different actors, and we help to provide consultancy on the regulation as well of these parking spaces. We also sell annual subscriptions for our IT solutions. And so what we want to do in the future is to include voice command. And we also want to provide more information so that we can see in real time the availability, not just of on-street parking, but also the private off-street parking that might be available to people with reduced mobility. We also want to increase, of course, the number of beneficiaries and continue to expand our presence throughout all of the European countries. And I want to leave you with sort of a final thought. One of the things that we're looking to do is to make that paradigm shift from being a smart city, which we find a bit obsolete, to becoming a smart human city, where the person is the focus rather than the city. Because why should the user also have to be the one that provides the information? They should be the focus of receiving all of that information. I leave you here with my contact details if you'd like to learn anything more about the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. And now we are going to start with the panel and the Q&A session. We are going to start with Pablo. I had some very specific questions for you. The first question, do you think it's possible to replicate that learning methodology of La Mesita to the teaching of a specific knowledge, such as financial education, but for Down syndrome adults? And the second question is, how can we bring this technology to different educational systems around the world, considering the different cultural particularities, social and cultural context, family context, the availability of support systems for children? How do you think, or how do you see this in terms of a possibility to expand this to other countries with different characteristics? Thank you so much, Ricardo. About the first one, we have to consider replicating this to work with people who are older. We have been focused in children mainly, and this part we have to think that now they are children and in the future they will be adults, and they will have to continue with a type of special support, and mainly these supports that will allow them to be more independent and a better quality of life. So the idea of creating a replica or a copy for people who are older, we've been thinking about that because we want to accompany them in their transition to an adult life. And also we have been developing other support strategies, not only through La Mesita and also the virtual desk, but also we consider the difficulties adults have to access people, the information barrier from the limitations in the development of the reading process, and also the work with easy text or easy readings. This adaptation is something that we also are doing in Latin America with the methodology of easy reading. And something that we have also worked is the multimodality. You only have 30 seconds for the writing part. The multimodality is something that we can empower, we can use to empower the access to information. When we think about replicating these in other contexts and in other countries, first we have to have a very flexible tool that will allow you to change contents so they are more adequate in social and cultural terms. And also we can think of offline elements. And not only that we use the app, but we can accompany them with the methodology. Thank you, Pablo. That was great. Thank you for the time, for the limited amount of time that we have. I think you have summarized everything well. We are going to continue with next questions for Claudiu in this case. Claudiu, I wanted to ask you this. You have, first, do you have special programs for people with low-income people or scarce resources? They may have access to MUNEVO Drive? And the second question is, do you think it's possible in a sustainable way to provide this augmented reality in your system in order to improve this user experience? And if so, do you think this would be a first situation of accessibility as an example of accessibility for the metaverse?
Thank you very much, Ricardo, for these questions, especially the last one. I'll try to keep it short, but let's start with the first one. So we already managed to get the solution integrated into different healthcare systems. That should be around about 7 countries right now in Europe that already are available to get 100% reimbursed. And that is also always our goal. So we always try to work together with the healthcare insurances or the different systems that allow this to be reimbursed. And then also trying to bring together looking at developing countries as well to see how we can integrate it as there, which is a bit more challenging, I have to say. So this is something that we hope that also with the time the healthcare systems will also evolve more, and also our solutions will become cheaper at some point so that it will be much more affordable for people with low income. Now maybe to the second question. So this is something very interesting. Our solution right now is not using the AR principles. We did test with, AR glasses. The challenge there was always that we need to also look at the comfortability of the user. So our users are wearing the glasses day in, day out. So it has to be very light. And those AR glasses right now are not very light. They're a bit heavy. But I'm sure that also this technology will evolve and will become more easy to use and so on. And then I think, yes, we would love to be there at the forefront because I think if we develop something such as, metaverse technologies and things like that, we should always develop it also with people in mind that oftentimes get overlooked when it comes to these technologies. So we would love to be there.
They are very certain from my point of view. We are going to talk to or start with Carlo with the last questions. Carlo, have you considered in spreading the model of Park for This to other regions such as Latin America, Africa, Asia, and etc.? Sorry. And considering these, do you think the cultural differences, the social differences may facilitate or stop this implantation or this trying to install Park for This in these regions? It's an excellent question. About the first question, I can tell you that Park for This is created due to our European recommendation from 1998, in which they took different decisions. And the first one was to standardize the European card. And in second place, the fact of allowing all disabled people of the 28 member states, in the past now 27, because the UK is no longer part of the European Union, of allocating a number of spots that are reserved, and they may park in any place where they wouldn't interrupt the circulation. But that's the basic concept, that first was a unified card, and it makes that the nature of this Park for This project is a European project. Having said that, Of course, we are in contact with countries such as Chile in order to study the implementation of these guidelines in other countries. This would be a study from the association that has this knowledge. We have to do this gap analysis in order to understand how to implement this, because the basic concepts are the same. The card, whether it's a European standard, we have to comply with this format, and the fraud with the card, when another person uses that, we have a patented solution for this, and we may export this to other countries. Second, this is a very interesting question. Of course, there are differences, and there are differences in other continents, but also in the same European continent, there are a lot of cultural differences, for example, between a Nordic and a Latin country. And you would be surprised to hear that in Spain, where we started, there is a great difference between towns. And also, we have divided them into small, medium, and big cities, following the standard of the Statistics Institute of Spain. It's different to have an urban city and a tourist destination. They have different connotations, but we have detected those differences between the models. And an African country, an Asian country, a European country, also they have different connotations or differences. And I'm not concerned about technology, as you mentioned. It's more about the awareness, the consciousness of how to involve people, how to talk to people. They involve the actors that are private and public. That would be a very interesting work. Excellent. Thank you, Carlos. And while you were talking about this, I was thinking on the possible synergies that we could have, and when we talk about the augmented reality, between your app and what Claudiu has been doing in this case, because the target is quite similar. It can be the same in many cases when identifying where the places or the spots are, the context information to improve the user experience. Thank you so much for the answers to my questions. I think they give us a lot of information, valuable information, very interesting for the audience. And now that we're going to close this session, this panel, before we finish, before we go home, I wanted to ask you if you could offer the audience a reflection, a very short reflection, an idea in just a few words that you want the audience to keep in their minds, something that is relevant that you want as a summary, very brief. We're going to start first with Pablo. Pablo, I would say that when we develop all this work that we've been doing, it has to be focused on the rights and mainly on justice with people. I think that's a great contribution that we can do from our fields, justice and rights. Thank you so much, Pablo. I think that is a very good reflection, very important reflection. Claudiu.
Thank you very much for all the questions and the answers also. It's really interesting, and I think mine would be more a call to action. I think I would say that let's try to develop and design more inclusively and take into account every person, because in the end we've seen now how it can not only benefit these persons but the greater communities and all of humanity in the end. So that would be my call to action to everyone.
Thank you so much, Claudiu. That was excellent. And now, Carlo, I have two reflections. Yes, I'll share with you my reflection too at the end, of course. first reflection, it's something that I've talked already, which is the concept of our smart city, because a smart city and a smart tourist destination is used, but that's not inclusive if they are not totally accessible. For me, it's very important. We have to consider the user, not the city, and that has to be transversal. And also something that I use in the signature of my emails. And no tengo discapacidad, sino una capacidad diferente. Very good translation. I think that's my phrase, that's my sentence, and that can be applied to any type of disability, but also for the elderly and other groups of people. Thank you so much. I think I wanted to contribute with a last reflection using what we usually say, nothing for us without us, which means that for the development, for the design of all these apps, of all these technologies, that are going to try to improve the quality of life of people with disability, and then they also improve the quality of life of much more people. But the quality of life, the experience of people with disabilities, elderly people, they are always, we always have to include these people in the design, from the design phase. We have to incorporate that knowledge of the people. We have to incorporate or include their opinions, their needs, their complaints, the problems they experience at the moment of designing these solutions. So we do not have to design something and then change it, or we have to fix it later, because we haven't included the needs and the preferences of the audience. This is addressed. So, to summarize this very briefly, we have seen this app that Pablo has shown us, mainly addressed for children with reading comprehension problems, especially for Down syndrome children that have demonstrated they can improve their capacity for reading. And also we have seen a very innovative technology from Claudiu's team for people with reduced mobility based on the movement of the head that help people that have very, very reduced movement in their hands, so they don't have to use a joystick when handling their electrical wheelchair. And also we have seen an app that Carlo has presented in order to facilitate the experience of finding a parking spot and booking that for people with reduced mobility in urban areas, that we know it's something that we have seen, it's something that we see on a daily basis that need a solution. And now we see how useful these apps are, or these solutions are, in order to solve daily life problems. And now we have to consider how to scale these in different parts of the world, in different contexts. So a lot of people can use and receive a benefit of these type of applications. Now we are going to finish our panel. We want to thank the Descúbreme Foundation and Zero Project. It's been a pleasure for me to moderate this panel. It's been a great learning experience, and we want you all to continue with the next panel or the next edition of Zero Project, and all my regards to you.
Without a doubt, these are incredible, impactful technologies that allow for greater accessibility. We'd like to thank Ricardo and all of our panelists for sharing their incredible work. session has really shown how technology is a tool for the full and effective inclusion of all. Up next, we have our Impact Transfer session. It's a joint initiative between the Essl Foundation, Fundación Descúbreme and Ashoka that seeks out the most innovative practices every year and helps replicate them around the world. We will hear now from 3 graduates of the program who want to grow their initiatives in Latin America, Spain, and throughout the Spanish-speaking world. The panel will be moderated by Cesarina Nicolai, a consultant with Ashoka and head of the program for the past 2 years. We'll also hear from 3 different initiatives. First, Hiking Without Limits from Fundación Eres, a Chilean foundation that has created inclusive unicycles that can take people with disabilities into natural areas that would be inaccessible otherwise. We'll also hear from the program World Around You by RIT. It's an online library that provides high-quality reading materials in sign language and written language for deaf people and their families. We'll also hear from Up and Town Companion, which allows people with reduced mobility to use public transport in an autonomous and independent way. You can learn more about them now.
If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, 0 walls, 0 borders, 0 bonds, 0 limits. By reaching our aim, 0 project, the dignity of If you see me, take me just the way I am. We could change the world because we understand. If we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero walls, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, zero project, the dignity of man.
Hey, if you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow, and if you let me be, if we all gave up our partiality, then I could be free.
Hola y bienvenidos a la sesión de Impact.
Welcome to this session. Good morning, good afternoon. It depends on which place in the world you're connecting with us. I am Cesarina Nicolaia. I'm the moderator of this session, and I'm the general of the project, the Zero Project. It's a program that is designed between Zero Project and Fundación Descúbreme. I am blonde, have blue eyes, and I'm wearing a purple blouse and a black jacket. It's a great pleasure for me to share this space with three social innovations that are very important. One is impact transfer, and the purpose of today is to provide a space for them so they can share their work, their replication plans in the world, in the Spanish-speaking world, and all of them have the goal to reach the whole world. And today they are going to share their work, and also they are going to share their learnings in this replication process that has not been easy. Today we are going to be focused in their job, and before presenting them, I can tell you a little bit more about the Impact Transfer project for those who don't know about it. The program started 5 years ago, and ever since we've been working with 51 people from 26 countries, and we have all the continents covered, working in different ways to make the world for people with disabilities a better place. We've seen incredible works from Ethiopia, from the United States, India, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and we want to see more projects. And today we are about to take another step with Latin America. And in this session, we're going to start with the presentations, and also then we will have a panel in which the speakers will share their learnings. And within the panel, if you may have any question, please ask questions, and please be connected with us. This is my presentation, and now I want to give the floor to our first speaker today, Faustino Cuadrado, who is going to talk about how they have created this accessibility for transportation for people with disabilities.
Ya, buenos días y buenas tardes a todos. Perdonar, no había desactivado el mute.
Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting us to this great session. Thank you, Cesarina, for your presentation. I'm going to start sharing my presentation.
Bueno, soy, no, perdón, he olvidado decir que soy un hombre de 50, pelo moreno, ojos negros y hoy llevando una camisa a cuadros azul o algo así. Soy daltónico también. Bueno, hoy, como os decía Cesarina, vamos a hablar de un Compañón. Es un sistema de transporte asistido que permite a personas con discapacidad o personas mayores utilizar el transporte público de manera autónoma. La empresa, como bien había dicho Cesarina anteriormente, el nombre de la empresa es Mass.
The name of our company is Mass Factory, and we're based in Barcelona. And we have tried to create products that have a very large social impact. It's one of the most important things that we look for as a universal design. We want it to be able to reach the greatest number of people possible. And it's also products we want to develop are things that work towards social welfare, applying the concept of a smart city. As I say, the name of our company is Mass Factory, but what we are developing here is the App in Town Companion. As the OMS has already said, since 2010, we have said that the limit to public transport is one of the most important causes of exclusion and discrimination. It limits the mobility of people with disabilities and creates very broad vulnerability. So they find that there are inadequate numbers of adapted vehicles. They follow very strict routes and times, and they're neither inclusive nor sustainable. They don't allow the population to be able to travel together. For example, the people with disabilities aren't able to ride on the same transport as their family members. The vehicles have not been adapted because they are only used for very small populations, but most of these people aren't able to use them when they want to travel with their family member, or what happens if your family member isn't able to take that same route that you would like to travel on. What happens if there is an adapted vehicle available? These are some of the greatest issues that we're seeing. So people with disabilities ultimately end up staying in their home and they're left out of the equation. So we're working so that all types of people, regardless of what type of disability they have, are able to use transport. They're facing all these accessibility barriers. We can talk about people who might have physical disabilities or sensorial disabilities that might face architectural or guidance issues. If we're talking about people with cognitive disabilities, they might have issues with guidance systems, with orientation, with communication. Or if we have people who have mental impairments or memory impairments, they also might need those communication or guidance. So there are people who also have to overcome all of these barriers, architectural orientation and communication barriers. So what is the solution? App in Town Companion. It's an innovative system for door-to-door navigation to help people with reduced mobility use public transport in an autonomous manner. We're going to talk a little bit about the different aspects of our transport. Let's have a look at this video. We've got someone who is listening to the guidance system to tell him when to get off the bus. He needs to get off at the next stop. So he's been told that he has 3 stops left to go to get off. And it's now telling him to get off at the next stop. He has pressed the button to ask for the bus to stop. And it's now telling him to cross the street and follow the trend. There's a bit of an issue. So he has called for guidance. They're asking him if he is okay. He says, look, I can see that you need to turn around and go in the opposite direction. You're on the Cosmodome Street, you need to turn around and go back a few. Okay, so I have to go back in the other direction. Yes. You're going to go to the corner. Okay, thank you very much. And I have to keep going right until the door, and here I am. I've arrived at my destination. How can we make sure that our users are able to travel on their own? We've tried to eliminate the use of a route planner so that users and assistants can select the transport, the lines, or their exchanges there between lines that they prefer to use. They can also use the app to be able to finish or extend their trip walking. They can get the information on the grade of the land that they're going to be passing over, the dangers that may encounter, construction. They can see where are the pedestrian crossings, and they can receive personalized instructions. The barriers to guidance and communication are overcome using the mobile phone of the user, which will provide guided indications using a universal design that is adapted to all of the needs of the user. These might be audio, text, graphics, images, vibrations, notifications, and maps. But it also can send information to our system so that we can see where the user is at their journey, and so we can see if they're having any issues. That helps the user to arrive at their destination. It's not just the mobile app, but also the information that tells them how to get to the next step. Then if there's any incident on their journey, someone is observing that user, they can detect that there's an issue and get into contact so they can orient them. As we saw in the video, someone called Benjamin and told him how he needed to change his direction so that he could arrive at his destination. And so we can make sure that regardless of an incident along the way, our users get to their destination. So we have the operators, we have that part of the observation of journeys that can track the trips, and we can provide that remote assistance. The assistant will provide any additional information that they need during their trip. And they can provide that, as we saw in the video, we can provide a remote phone call to help. We have a network of volunteers in this city that are providing this remote assistance. The impact of our system is twofold. There's a social impact because we have been able to increase the number of users who are taking more trips and more complex trips. And their family members and carers know that there is someone who is overseeing these journeys and helping them get to their destinations. There's also an economic impact because it has really helped to reduce the costs of travel for the families. And also, the public arm of transport has been able to replace a lot of these adapted vehicles with use of their public vehicles. We have more than 500 users in the system in Barcelona, Madrid, Malaga, Vigo in Spain, and in Longueuil in Canada. Our clients are, because we work in public transport, we work with transport authorities and operators and organizations for people with disabilities. Our model is based on a licensed system. It's an SAS model. So they pay an annual fee for a license. Our objective is to replicate the plan. There are several areas that, if the conditions can be met, we would like to be able to expand it in the public transport systems. We need to be able to strengthen the transport systems to make sure that they're able to work with our system. We're looking to build more alliances with organizations for people with disabilities and transport authorities and operators. The system has been recognized by different organizations. We were recognized by Zero Project this year. And we've also been recognized by Red Cross, Vodafone, and different organizations throughout the world. But for us, the most important thing is, what do users have to say about our system? It is a user with a visual impairment, and she says that she feels very safe when she is traveling using App and Town Companion. And so it is great to hear what she has to say about this system. I'd like to invite you to visit any of these media who have greater information. We've carried out different interviews with them. And if you have any questions, you can get in touch with me, and hopefully we will have time for a question and answer after the end of the panel.
Thank you so much, Faustino, for presenting us this wonderful program, and that is very important for making the accessibility to transportation much easier. And from Spain, where Faustino is, we are going to the United States, but also a combination, United States and Europe. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce Christopher Kurtz, and who is going to work who is going to present World Around You. He is going to use North American language system or sign language.
Hello. I really want to thank you for welcoming us and inviting us here to present. And Thomas Steen is here to be providing English translation. The two of us, however, work together on this project. We're very excited to share our work with you, that what we've done to date, and we're hoping to look forward to developing new partnerships in the future. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. So I am a professor at Rochester Institute of Technology, and we have about 1,500 deaf and hard of hearing undergraduate to doctoral level students at my university. I am focused on teacher training, specifically in trying to promote literacy amongst young deaf children around the world. And Thomas Steen, my colleague here, is Assistant Dean, and she is also the Director of the Center for International Educational Outreach, who also partners with a variety of countries to do deaf education-focused projects. The two of us today are thrilled to present our project called World Around You, or WAY. So I want you to spend a moment with me thinking about what's happening around the world with deaf children and their experiences. Around the world, there's about 34 million deaf children. But amongst those 34 million deaf children, really only about 2% of them have access to language. So 2% of all deaf children really have access to either written language or spoken language. That is a very small percentage of the total number of children. And so we know from research that access to language is critical in order to provide good quality of life, to help children get through their education, to get jobs, and to live independently. So people really ask why 2%, that is so low. And really the reasons are, there's a variety of reasons. There's political reasons, there's policy decision reasons, there's lack of access to education, and there's a lack of access to stories. So because so few deaf children have access to written materials and stories, that means that they have low literacy rates. And if they are not able to read or write, that leads to family isolation, low quality of life, and poor living outcomes overall. And it means that these children could either be completely illiterate or have low literacy, which means they might have basic ability to read, but they may not be able to have many options for their employment and jobs because they don't have access. So understanding the significance of that challenge, we really wanted to address the grand challenge for improving children's literacy. So it really is the grand challenge for reading, it was to involve a technological solution to promote literacy. We submitted a proposal for that competition and we won some funds, and that was how we developed this platform, World Around You Way. And at the beginning, we started with the Philippines as our first country, and now we've expanded to several other countries over the last 2.5 years. The platform itself is called World Around You, and it includes several components. First, it is a completely open source platform that is available on the web, and that means that different communities can contribute content onto this platform. And members of the community can be many different individuals. It can be sign storytellers, it can be illustrators or authors, and all of those people work together to create the stories for the platform. In addition, this project also involves the importance of distributing the values and knowledge of local communities and written information and sign language information of that stories. And it really helps with children developing their self-esteem and self-confidence. This platform can also be used with families to help them in their homes develop shared reading with their children as well as in schools. And the third component of the platform involves details on how to develop content like stories for the platform, shared reading resources, and altogether, we have a digital online library with a number of stories in a variety of languages. And it is web-based, and the training is, in order to create stories, is also available in this platform. On this slide, I'm showing what the platform looks like. On the left side is the reader interface, and it has all the online library of stories, and they will appear on this interface. The reader can then choose which language they want to view for each story. And they will have a written language component as well as a sign language component for each story. And the reader can choose each of those for whatever language they prefer to view the story in. And then in that interface, we created it based on field testing with the deaf community in the Philippines and also with school teachers there. Now, what's unique about this platform is it's not like YouTube. If you watch a video on one of those platforms, you can see that the reader must try to watch the captions and view signs simultaneously. However, our platform is designed so that you can change your attention, and the sign languages are looped so that you can continue to view it, and you could also read the captions independently. So it gives the reader much more control over how they're viewing the materials. It also has a feature to flip pages as if you're using a real book. On the right side, these are images of the creator interface. And on the author and creator interface, there are tools in order to build, and you can either contribute to any story or create new stories on the back end of our platform. It is a very simple and easy to use interface in order to upload stories, to upload printed text. You can also add glossary or key terms, the vocabulary that deaf children want to learn from reading each of the stories. So to date, our strategy has really been focused on developing partnerships in different countries. We've talked about their values related to developing reading and writing skills and providing support for that, identifying community members who can be involved. And we emphasize the importance of having deaf community members involved in all the decision-making parts of this process, because we really believe in empowering the communities in how they develop and share their stories, and that they collaborate with others so that really later on they can take it on and become self-sufficient. The platform itself, again, is open source and has open licensing. So that means anyone who is using this in any country can feel free to make edits and create new content for this platform. Through our partnerships, we also want to identify and create best practices and gold standards related to the story development. Every country has at least one or more unique languages. And so we want to make sure that we do have some consistency in the production of the stories. Through our training, it helps the communities self-reflect and compare between their own languages and the languages of other countries. And in addition, part of our strategy is to work with each of the communities to help them become self-sufficient in maintaining and continuing to grow the platform for their own use. And we want them to be able to continue to grow and contribute stories and develop literacy tools for the online library. So up to this point, we've worked with 6 different countries, mostly in Southeast Asia. We've developed a large pool of over 7,000 users for our platform. And now deaf people are really stepping forward and realizing that they too can be creators and illustrators as a part of creating new content for the library. And through these stories, it means that we can also distribute and raise awareness to deaf children through social media. One significant impact we noticed was that we had a deaf child in the Philippines on the island of Bohol. She was about 9 years old, and she was looking at the stories from the team, and then young deaf girl said, now I can see myself creating my own stories for the platform. Now these deaf children are seeing their role models and other deaf people with similar experiences, and it really increased her self-esteem. It was a really powerful story. We also have parents involved and children involved, and we're doing what we call family visits, where we are showing the platform and how to use the stories, the technology, and showing them some of the best practices with shared reading or reading together between the parents and their deaf children. And over these next several months, we will be collecting data from these family visits to better inform our practices moving forward. So our future goal is really to continue replicating it. And we really want to replicate and focus on specifically South American countries, Chile and Colombia, to help expand the WAY platform. We want to learn how to partner with in these countries in order to spread awareness to the deaf community and to deaf children. We want to partner with deaf associations and schools that teach young children and get parents involved to create stories and be interested in contributing to our platform. So please contact with us if you're interested, if you have any questions. We really look forward to hope to work with you in the future. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chris and Tommy, for that wonderful presentation. Sorry, Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really such a wonderful thing that you're doing for children and their families. We're going to move on to our next presentation, which is from Glenda Duran. She is the founder of Fundación Eres in Chile. And she's going to present her program, Hiking Without Limits. Please go ahead, Glenda. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, to have been invited to this event, and to be able to share this space with such important presentations. My presentation is going to the end, but we're going to resolve the issue and we'll begin the presentation. I'd like to welcome all of you to our presentation on Hiking Without Limits. My name is Glenda Duran. As Cesarina said, I am the president and founder of the Fundación Eres. I'm a mother to 6 children. I'm a teacher as well. One of my children is disabled. We are the Fundación Eres, and we work for the rights of people with disabilities and their families. And the program that we're going to present today is Hiking Without Limits. It's a program that offers different solutions to the accessibility to nature, to the barriers that are faced by people with disabilities. We know that nature offers so many healthful aspects, a space that improves our quality of life. And yet we know that it's very difficult to access nature for different reasons. That is why, as a foundation, we designed Hiking Without Limits, which is a program that allows all people, without regard to any condition, they can enjoy all parks and open nature. We have undertaken several actions within our program. We have developed a unicycle, and we use this to carry out inclusive excursions into nature. We train different teams to work with us, and we have also used it as a job opportunity. Here you can see some of the characteristics of our unicycles. It is operated by 2 or more people. It's very intuitive. It's made and produced here in Chile. As you can see in the image, you can see one of the excursions that we have made in one of the parks in the city of Santiago, with a large number of volunteers in the picture as well. As we said, the unicycle is made locally, and it allows us to carry out these excursions in a very safe way to really enjoy nature. In the image that you're seeing on the screen, you can appreciate that we have Rodrigo, one of the beneficiaries of the program, and one of our volunteers who are enjoying this inclusive experience. It's an experience that really builds inclusion, links, and well-being among all of our users and volunteers. The trails that we use have been adapted. There are several different accessible materials, but we have also made sure to show all of the flora and fauna and make sure that everything is accessible so that everyone can really have an enjoyable experience that is accessible to all. We also make sure to have specially designed more materials so that everyone can really enjoy that. They can have a full self-care experience, especially after the pandemic. We've also carried out different analysis and design and adaptation of the excursions and trails that we use. In terms of training, the program is really dedicating its training to tourism operators and teams and volunteers. We've been able to train several park rangers as well. But we really want to train people with disabilities themselves. As you can see on the right, we have one of our young volunteers who trained with us and is now a hiking monitor. What is our dream? Our seal, our stamp is that we want to be feasible. We want to not have to make any interventions into nature. We want people to be able to enjoy all of the parks. We want to be able to co-create improvements and trails that will allow everyone to participate. We want more people to become part of our teams, but we really want to focus on people with disabilities. We have a 90% satisfaction rating from our users. And we've worked in partnership with the Forestry Association of Chile, and we are looking to carry out more opportunities for hiking without limits and increase the number of territories throughout Chile. What are we looking for? We want to build alliances. We want to find more partners who want to be part of this project, whether they're from the public or private sectors, parks. We want organizations that work with and for people with disabilities. We are working, as we say, with the Tourism Association here in Chile. We are expanding throughout the Chile. We want to find more partners who want to be part of these two models, an implementation model that means getting more of the unicycles, training more guides to carry out the activities, and also to build that shared philosophy of the program. We also want to replicate our model. We want to train the trainers. We want to expand into other territories with more trained people who are able to develop the programs in their own areas. We need to work together. We want to grow together so that every day more and more people with disabilities can enjoy nature. It's an invite to co-create more programs with us. Here, I will leave all of our contact details. We hope that you can get in touch with us so that we can together make this world more accessible for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Glenda, for your presentation. I want to go to see the nature now after your presentation, but we are here, and thank you again to everybody. Now we are going to start with the panel, and after this session, after listening to these three organizations, we will have a very good opportunity to cooperate, as you can see. And now to learn a little bit more about their journey, about their replication path they are going to follow, and they all have that experience. And my first question to all of you is, when did you decide to replicate these, either to go to another country or to another region? What was the main challenge you faced, or what was one of the challenges that you faced that you overcame? If we could start with Faustino, please.
Muchas gracias por la pregunta. Es una muy buena pregunta porque
It's a very good question, and I think it's a challenge that we face on a daily basis. In our case, the greatest challenge when replicating our model is to know the assistive transportation system of the region, of the country, of the municipalities. And that's what makes it more difficult when you replicate the model, not the model itself, because it's very simple. It's an application that has no technological complexities, but the complexity is how the service can be included in the assistive transportation system of that municipality, of that region, of that country. And I think that's the greatest challenge that we face when we want to replicate this in a new area. Thank you, Faustino. So it's the knowledge of the area, right? Chris.
This is Chris speaking. For us, one of the largest challenges related to the replication was because we just started our project replication right before COVID happened. And so we had initially planned to do in-country on-site training and work with the local communities in person. And so then when the pandemic happened, we had to shift to conducting everything remotely. And really, the deaf community is very the type of engaging experience where they really like to be in person and interact with each other. But for the midterm, we had to do everything remotely. And therefore, we also had to meet more frequently, and we had to have more ongoing engagement to ensure that things were progressing. And then we also had some unique challenges related to translation and working with different stakeholders and trying to discuss how to address each of those challenges. But one of the greatest benefits that we saw was that because we did some international collaborations through 6 countries, now it allowed all of those different leaders to meet with each other and see all of their own unique contexts and their unique challenges and what's working effectively in each of their countries. And then they were able to exchange that information with each other. And I think that gave a lot more support to the development of their projects. And I was very impressed with that.
Thank you. Gracias. Gracias, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Yes, before pandemic, we can imagine that. Glenda, we're going to continue with you. At the beginning, I think the most difficult part was to change culture, to allow yourself to think that this is possible, that it is necessary to make changes, and that these changes are not so expensive in economic terms or the capacities that we had to develop. So the expectations of people, the expectations companies or organizations have are below the possibility of progressing fastly. But once you live the experience, the perception changes. And that is so important because from the experience, we transform culture and we can also show that it is possible and that people feel so satisfied and they feel so happy. And we've been working on this in different from different views. And in Chile, this cultural transformation or this cultural change, it's something that we are all considering because we think that's where we will improve all these issues about accessibility and inclusion. Yes, if we see the groups, we talk about knowledge, we talk about culture, we talk about technology. But what we have heard about all of you is that there are different challenges, big challenges, and at a certain point when you want to make a change, there might be some surprises or there might be some expectations as well. So as you know, this replication road or path is not easy at all. I wanted to ask you, what's your motivation? when you face these challenges, which are different on every place you go or visit?
Empiezo yo. Yes.
I'll start then. Sometimes more than motivation, it can be that like you're stubborn. As Glenda mentioned, it's a matter of seeing the reaction of users. You are like touching. That's the main motivation, because life changes for them. Because in this project of Fundación Eres, it's incredible that people with such with a serious disability may enjoy nature. And in our case, we're talking about the urban area, so people can move around the urban areas. And also for people who are working with deaf children and through education and change their lives. So what motivates us, I think what pushes us is this conviction of reaching a lot of people with a solution that improves their qualities of lives. It does not only impact them, but the society, and that's the most important part. Thank you, Faustino. Thank you. Glenda, for you. Yes, I share what Faustino has just mentioned. The motivation is the common well, the common good, the social justice, the participation of everybody in all these spaces. I think this is about rights. I think it's a responsibility that we all work and we offer our skills, our capacities, our knowledge, so we all have a better quality of life. And that is something that we cannot argue about. And that strengthens us, and it anchors the need of working together and on a permanent basis. Very good energy. That's an inspiration for all of us. Chris.
Really, what motivates me is just making sure that there's access for deaf children to stories. I think that's really motivating to me, because so many deaf children just don't have access to any stories until much later in life. By exposing the children to stories earlier, it helps them develop their skills. It helps them develop life skills. It helps them develop understanding of other people. It helps them to understand culture. And also, it really helps promote the involvement of deaf characters. And these stories are written by deaf authors as well. I just want to share one interesting experience that I had in the Philippines. I was asked to give a presentation to a group of about 120 trained teachers of the deaf in Manila. And during that presentation, we showed them what the Manila deaf community had done to develop stories. And we showed one of the stories to the teachers. And so the teachers watched the story, and then I said, the story was created and developed by a deaf Filipino. And the teachers were just shocked. They said, this can't be, it's impossible. So these teachers had very low expectations. And so through that, we showed them and elevated that the deaf community really can. And by having them involved in this process, we were able to highlight the skills that deaf community members have. And so we really find that it's important that deaf community members be involved and that they can share this work with many others.
Thank you, gracias.
Thank you. And all of you talk about the impact, the rights, people, inclusion, working with people within your model. All of you have something else in common, which is working with partners. You have worked, your models include different partners. And I wanted to ask you, what is important for you when you start with a new partnership? How does this work? How do you know this is good for my organization, this is going to impact others?
Glenda, would you like to begin? Glenda, you're in mute. There we go. Generally speaking, when we seek out new partnerships and alliances, we want to see that we can indicate the proposal. What is it that motivates us? Make sure that we're working towards the same implicit purpose. And we want to make sure that we're providing a service that is for the common good. I think it's something that we need to be able to show, but we also think that the best way to create ties and links is by making our partners live the experience. When they see the experience, they can understand beyond just the sort of intellectual capacity, but it's those emotions, the empathy, those bonds that we build so that they want to build together. We always work on the premise that we can work together. We work together to create things together. And that allows us to generate less energy requirements on behalf of everyone. But when we work together and put our energies together, we can achieve all of our objectives. To show someone with a disability this excursion and to see the satisfaction, to see the impact that it has more of an impact on our potential partners than the language. Living the experience is an excellent way for us to captivate our potential partners. Okay, thank you. And finally, Chris, we'll go to you.
When we initially start talking with potential partners, one of the things that we feel is very important is to share our values with one another. We want to make sure that we have a similar understanding, similar goals for how we want to support deaf children, and how we want to make sure that they are committed in terms of investing their time and energy to the project. And one of the biggest challenges that we face is that all these stories are free. And so we are following the Creative Commons licensing, which means all the stories that must be available at no charge. And so that means that everyone just has to be committed to investing in not only the creation of the stories, but distributing them as well. And we want to keep it free. We want to make sure that deaf children and their parents have access, and to teachers also, and other communities. And so that way they can feel they're more involved and also can be committed because there's no cost to them.
Okay. Entonces, por lo que veamos, queremos empezar de vivir, experimentar.
I think when we begin to live these experience, we all feel that level of commitment. So I think that's very important. I'd love to continue this conversation, but I know that we have a time limit. So I think we'll go to any closing comments that you might have. What is the takeaway? What would you like to share with all of the organizations that want to replicate your impacts, your efforts. If we can go through it. If perhaps each of you can give a little takeaway from today. Who would like to begin? First.
Well,
I think my first recommendation is that you need to understand the possibilities for replication. Not all experiences can be replicated in all areas. So you need to dedicate time to analysis. That we might have to do our project in a different way in different places. So you have to carry out that initial analysis. So that would be my takeaway. Okay. And then what about you, Glenda? I'd like to add to his suggestion is to never forget about your purpose. You have to understand that there are ups and downs in life, but as we work together and we invest the best of ourselves, we will really be able to see a full inclusion of everyone. It's so important. And so my invite to you is to really understand the difficulties, understand that those difficulties are part of the process, seek out alliances and partnerships, and continue to keep your purpose in mind. And then we'll hear from Chris.
And I would like to just add nothing about us without us. We really need to make sure that we invest and empower people with disabilities to make sure that they are involved in every part of the process and in every aspect of decision-making along the way. We're not doing it for them, we do it with them. I think that is the most critical advice I could give.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much, everyone. And we do this with you. And so I think to close for today, I'd like to invite you to get in touch with Glenda, Faustino, with Chris and Tommy. And I think there are a lot of opportunities there for collaboration and for sharing all of the lessons you've learned along the way. And so I know that you can share with everyone else your advice to anyone who needs to work. And so we know we need that analysis, that purpose, and that nothing without us, for us without us. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for allowing us to share this space, which is so wonderful for all. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Very interesting projects, and we want to thank you for sharing your vision and your successful cases. In our conference, we don't have any doubts that the audience of our program is interested in supporting you in your growth in Latin America and in Spain. Now we're going to start the session about physical accessibility and transportation. That's a key topic for the development of a more inclusive society. In this moment, we're going to analyze the difficulties in urban mobility, and we present different initiatives that use technology to be part of this physical environment. We will have the moderation of Christine Franz, representative for Chile of Smart Cities for All, that will talk us through the interesting topic of cognitive accessibility. With us, we have also Josefina Ocampo from the Tucumán University of Argentina that have created programs and university courses for training professionals in physical accessibility. We also have Pamela Pret, the founder of Corporación Ciudad Accesible, a Chilean organization that promotes the development and application of the concepts of physical accessibility and universal design. And last, we have Galata Llano, founder of the Instituto Accesibilidad Perú, and a training center about accessibility open to all those who want to learn about this interesting topic. We invite you all to enjoy this session.
Hello and welcome to this session on physical accessibility and transport. This section has everything to do with mobility of pedestrians in the city. This is all very relevant to our day-to-day lives. And when we think about how we move about the city, there are several barriers, physical barriers, cognitive barriers, that make it very difficult to be able to navigate through the city, especially for people with disabilities. And so if we think about how can we eliminate these barriers, we can really achieve a true inclusion. And so today we're going to present different initiatives that have been able to achieve and contribute more inclusion and elimination of barriers. These are initiatives in the academic realm, in terms of also initiatives that have to do with certification, that all have to do with how we move about the city.
Bueno, ahora para poder introducir el tema.
Now, to be able to introduce this session, I'd like to talk a little bit about an issue that perhaps isn't as well known in terms of universal access, but it really influences full inclusion. What I would like to talk about are both physical environments, but also cognitive environments within the city. As I said, there are several barriers that pedestrians might face when they're moving about the city. And we can say that, well, if pedestrians, including people with or without disabilities, the elderly, people who are pregnant or might use assistive devices, they will find that there are true barriers to accessing transport, whether it's public or private transport, whether it's bicycles, whether we're talking about small transport accessibility issues, or we're talking about how people can move themselves physically through the city. And so we're talking about all of these barriers that we face when we try to go to one location A to another B. We might have physical barriers, for instance, getting on and off of different public transport formats or private transport vehicles as well. In this presentation, I'd like to talk about some of the barriers faced by the pedestrian. And when we look about our ongoing movement through the city from location A to B, there are several cognitive barriers as well. These cognitive barriers are everything that we face in that between A and B, the mode of transport that we choose to take, everything that we might find within different vehicles, where we might wait for a bus or take our mode of transport, and where we exit that mode of transport. And so these are all barriers that we might perceive when we're trying to get from A to B. In the city, when we think about the cognitive environment, we can find different types of navigation. It's not just about movement, but how we navigate in a boat, in a plane. When we think about that, the navigation has many buttons that we might turn on and off to have a reaction. But when we think about all of these things, they orient us. They tell me where I am. They tell me what I'm doing and how I have to get to the next place, how to move from A to B. So when we take this to the city level, when we think about sidewalks, for instance, there are many examples that we can think of that are things that we might come into contact as a person moving through the city that might be a barrier to our mobility or accessibility. So we have to think about the context in which we're receiving information, the architecture, the physical environment, how all of the information is being transmitted, the symbols that we might encounter, the signaling in the city, some of the physical aspects that might be tangible or intangible, but that affect or our response to the space, to the environment. There are visual, tactical, or audible elements that initiate a response that we perceive and that help complete our understanding of the physical space. We're talking about the rhythm, the reflections that we might see in the rhythm of movement, the light and the shadow that we might see, the glare, the signs that we might encounter, the colors, the designs, the shapes, the noises, and the silence. So if we look at 3 or 4 examples of the pedestrian experience so that we can summarize the idea. When we think about the way that a pedestrian might move through, that we need to have a clear perception of the space so that the person feels secure. Many people with disabilities and with cognitive disabilities need additional signs to be able to go out and move through the city. They need to be able to have these elements that help them move through the city. We can see here, for instance, on the left, an environment that has a sidewalk, but there's a lot of visual noise. There's boxes, there's people, there's graffiti, there's colors, there's all of this truck parked on the edge. It really disorients you. As well as the architecture, we've got everything going on here. There's no order. So the environment is a bit of an overload. We could control the colors, for instance, a little bit. When we look on the right, we see an image that can show a color that is a photo that shows the colors of the sidewalk are much more defined. We have a rhythm, a pace, a pattern of those trees on the left. We've got the contrast between the silence and the noise, visual noise, and as well. Those trees are planted at the same distance, so it helps to orient you. We have the separations between the street and the sidewalk. Everything is more clear. It gives us a secure perception of how to move through the space. The trees do produce certain visual noise, and yet with the pattern, they help us to move through the space. However, when we look here on this next image, it shows how that pavement pattern can really create a visual noise again. Here, the sidewalk is flat, and yet as we move through it, because of the pattern there, it creates that vibration that can be difficult for any of us to move through the space. Here we have those elements of light and shadow that are okay, but the color and the design do not help our cognitive understanding of the environment. And so it makes us have to put a lot of effort into navigating through the space. When we look at pedestrian crossings, they should be very clear and help to orient us and create a level of security. But here we have an example of a pedestrian crossing in Tokyo where they've painted it with many colors. It makes it quite difficult to understand what's going on. In Chile, we've often seen things where it's been painted. Here we see an image with blue, white, red, yellow, and it can confuse someone with a cognitive disability or visual disability. Then we've got that reflection of the building, the glare that's coming off of the buildings. So it can really make it quite difficult to visually understand the smooth spaces when we've got that glare coming off of them. We do have some signaling here, but because there's so many designs going on, instead of orienting us, unfortunately, it disorients us. Finally, when we look at the type of information that is available, this is a bit more traditional information. We can see that how we consume that information, it relies on our cognitive understanding. On the left, we have a map of a metro station where it shows the accessible points for wheelchairs. And it gives us security in understanding that information. And it makes us feel, okay, yes, I know that there I can get on and off the train without issue. So I have more confidence moving through those spaces. It allows people with cognitive disabilities to be able to see that line, and you can sort of divide it almost as if it were a chocolate bar. You can say, okay, I will get off the train at 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where I break off and I get off the train. So it gives those little points, give us cognitive information. Then on the right, we have the doors of a bus where the points where we can press to open or close the door have a light. They have a red and a blue light, which tells us where we need to press. It's lit up in the center with green. And so it tells us how we can access that bus. And so there's a good contrast. The yellow contrasting with the green on the inside of the bus gives us additional information, which is tangible, but we don't even realize that we're consuming that information. It is very comfortable to consume. And then here, just you can see on an image of a floor with the yellow stickers that show us, guide us to the access to a metro station. I would say this is a bit of an accessory, but it does help in terms of if that physical accessibility isn't evident, it helps us with additional information to orient ourselves within the space. So with that, I can sort of give you a bit of a summary of what the cognitive environment represents in the city so that we can understand it's really important that we eliminate the physical barriers as well as the cognitive barriers, as we will be hearing about in the upcoming session, so that we can talk about it within the academic environment as well as different examples that are so valuable to us to be able to achieve true inclusion.
And to continue and with our session, we're going to listen and enjoy the presentation of Josefina Ocampo, who is an architect of the National University of Tucumán. She's got a master's degree on accessibility of the University of Jaén in Spain. He also had a master's degree on government policy in Tucumán University, and she is also a candidate to PhD of the University of Tucumán. She is an academic, a member of the International Union of Architects, and also she represents Argentina in this matter. Good afternoon. I am Josefina Ocampo. I'm a professor of the architecture faculty of the National University of Tucumán in Argentina. In this time, my presentation is about the physical accessibility and transportation in the academic field. I'm going to talk about an optional subject that students choose from the third year of studies, and they can also be students who are about to graduate from university. In this case, when teaching accessibility in the academic field means a very important commitment from professors and students that choose this subject as a way of training in this new parameter that the universal design provides in their career as architects. We have coordinated a group of professors that are trained in this type of topics that teach these subjects, that create projects for the students. And within these courses, there are different levels from the students because they can be either from third year or sixth year. The idea is to join this knowledge. And so from these groups created among the students, they have this exchange according to their knowledge. Specifically, when teaching this is on a it's taught the first semester of the year, and the program of the subject starts on the basic concept of accessibility. What are the benefits? What are the types of disabilities? And also we tackle the topic of the human diversity. From this concept, all the technical guidelines that are created in this program are related to how to tackle the human diversity, where we include the topic of mobility as an important parameter of design that is included also in our national regulation from the regions and from the local areas. Also, we highlight the urban accessibility and the architectural accessibility, using these as a chain of accessibility and different steps that link to each other and that offer to the citizen this autonomy and independence that we are looking for. Also, we invite people with disability to be actors in these type of classes and subjects, and they can tell us their experiences in the cities, in their homes, in their work, and in places where they study. Based on this previous knowledge and this analysis that we do with our students, we start to create these practical works that are based mainly on getting to know the user, getting to know their needs, and why do we design this, and why is it designed for, with this concept of accessibility, and also the analysis of buildings that have already been built, so they can be modified and adapt to these needs. And last, we do a very important design process in which students start from scratch to design and to include. And when there is a comparison between an adapted building and a built building from the accessibility point of view, and considering this knowledge as a fundamental pillar in their career and as professionals, the answer has been positive from different places, from the experience for them as future designers, also for their environment, for their friends, for their family, and also a very positive experience for university, which has led us to think to consider to include this optional subject as a mandatory subject at the end of their careers. So when we consider this parameter or this experience that we've been doing for 11 years, we think that our optional subject has created an important change in the mind of the students and the new professionals that will become or will be part of the labor work in our city. And many of these professionals have applied these concepts, and we see these in messages that we receive and encourage us to continue with this great project that we have in our university. I also want to finish my presentation telling you that in our province, we have a private university that has also created some architectural workshops in which accessibility is part of their curriculum, and it's a mandatory subject. Those who work in accessibility, we know that this gives us a great satisfaction because we are sowing so the future generations have these design tools in their DNA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josefina, for your presentation. It's very clear. And now I'd like to present Pamela Pratt, who is the founder and director of the Accessible City Corporation, Corporación Ciudad Accesible, where they want to eliminate the architectural barriers that are present for people with disabilities. And they've published several different manuals. She's an author and editor of different guidelines that have been awarded and recognized by different institutions. And she also provides consulting services to different state organizations and bodies to be able to design new instruments and manuals to guide on the accessibility issue. Welcome, Pamela, and I know that you're going to present something that has been highly recognized by Zero Project in 2018, and you're going to talk a little bit more about your initiative. Go ahead, Pamela. Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to be able to participate in this interesting session that has brought together many of us who are so passionate about universal accessibility. I'd like to tell you a little about the project that we have, which is the Ciudad Accesible or Accessible City Project. It began as an initiative to provide equal opportunities for people with disabilities through universal accessibility and design in public spaces. Each of our projects is based on a dynamic and ongoing cycle that we can define in three areas: the detection of conflicts in infrastructure and the problems that they made out. We carry out studies and dissemination of our contents, and we also produce communication to influence change. We are based everything on universal design to seek to incorporate all people in the design. Instead of speaking about just people with disabilities, we want to expand it to include all of the different levels of abilities in our population. We detect and analyze critical junctures in the city, and we look at the different design criteria so that we can create new technical materials that we can then disseminate. We always do a case-by-case study to consider the principles of universal design that looks at the chain of accessibility that is so integral to any of these projects. And we also consider the interaction of the functionality of each individual person. Here we'd like to look at a few different examples of how we approach each work. For example, we have looked at the design of accessible bus stops. before in our region, these were not at all accessible. Once we were able to incorporate accessible buses onto the routes, we also needed to look at how to redesign the bus stops. When we look at this image at the top, we can see that the bus stop can fail to be part of that accessible chain of transport. If it's not connected to the street, we can see in that image there's several different conflicts that we need to reconsider. What are the needs? What are the minimal needs? We need at least 8 meters for a bus stop so that both of the doors are accessible, so that people can both enter and exit the bus without problems. We also have looked at design conflicts in different public spaces. One of the problems that we've encountered is how can we design spaces so that they can increase accessibility. We've also seen those new accessible spaces where they have overlooked opportunities or misdesigned opportunities. So by providing these types of reports, we can then go back and repair these opportunities and correct those omissions so that we can bring more accessibility to the project. We also analyze pilot projects that are carried out in different cities of our country, such as the Inclusive City project that we saw in Iquique, where they carried out a pilot project with the Ministry of Housing. We carry out several consultations with our public audience in order to address these issues of accessibility. For example, we sought to modify different ordinances in order to provide greater access. In this particular case, we were able to achieve an agreement on our own definition of what a sidewalk is, which is contained in the new article of the general ordinances. We've also created several technical manuals that seek to provide new proposals in ways that we can provide accessible sidewalks or accessible bus spaces so that they can become inclusive spaces. The new actors in different cities, when we have a common or shared use of the cities by bicyclists and different people with different levels of mobility, we need to create spaces where everyone has an area where they can move. So we have carried out several different case studies where we analyze the situation and provide different solutions so that we can increase the mobility of all people, especially the most vulnerable. This material helps us to then create higher accessibility manuals that can continue to be updated and circulated and therefore delivered to a greater number of organizations. Another tool that has been very successful are certain of our manuals where we bring together all of the national material on accessibility. We've also taken advantage of social media as it's such a powerful tool to be able to communicate best practices and the current regulations. And so this is how we hope to continue to generate free materials that are available on our website, where we can analyze case studies. We continue to upload new information, and then we can deliver and hand over that information to the different people in charge of the different cases that we have analyzed. Our projects have sought to make areas more accessible, including sidewalks, repairing crosswalks and wheelchair ramps in the city. You can see in these images some of the bus stops and public spaces, as well as the wheelchair ramps that our work has allowed us to go back and correct. Every action that we undertake works in a chain, in a domino effect, to create a new action. We work from the analysis of universal design, and we look to use it to create ongoing improvements throughout the city in a short time in many of our large cities. We have been able to see benefits from our tools and analysis that have already been implemented in different cities. We hope to scale up all of these small changes so that they can be replicated and become benchmark examples for greater change. So everything in the end is based on observing the differences of mobility, our perceptions, and our understanding. We need to be able to incorporate all of these in order to develop a design that works for everyone. So we need to be able to study and influence change, and that has been part of our work. And I'd really like to thank you for allowing me to present it with you and share it with you today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pamela, for your presentation and the results of so many years of effort and hard work to learning a lot about accessibility and then transmit it to everyone else. Now we're going to hear from Gala Llano, who is an engineer, and she is going to talk about accessibility in terms of the smart city. She is a specialist in accessibility with a recognition from the IAAP, and she's also sought to implement this certification at greater levels. She is director of the Institute for Accessibility, and she holds different courses that are specialized in the material, and she holds these courses throughout Latin America. And she's going to be talking to us about her experience leading the Institute for Accessibility in Peru and the courses that she has held out and which have been so helpful in training a greater number of professionals. Go right ahead, Angala. Thank you very much, Christine, for your introduction. And thank you for Zero Project and Descúbreme for inviting me to participate in this panel with these experts and colleagues of mine who are so passionate about the same subject as myself. And of course, it's such a great opportunity to be able to present the Institute on Accessibility that I've been working at for years. The Institute for Accessibility is in Peru. It was founded from a company that was working on accessibility and working on this area with different private sector businesses. We saw that there was a lot of very good intention where people wanted to improve their spaces, but there was a lack of knowledge. And so despite their good intentions, they weren't able to develop much accessibility in terms of their buildings. You know, that's often what is true. And so I realized that this isn't something that happens just in Peru, but in many other countries, that there's a lack of professionals who have understanding of accessibility. And so we decided that we needed to do something about it. We wanted to provide opportunities to improve knowledge. And so at the Institute for Accessibility, we provide different online courses that are specialized in accessibility based on the context of Latin America. We know that we can look at what they're doing in Europe or the United States, and it's very good. But we also want to do things that are very high quality, but we have to look a little bit at our own context. So what we want to do was make sure that the concept of accessibility was available to more professionals in Latin America. We believe it is a right, a need, and this is an opportunity where we can talk about real inclusion. Well, we need to get more and more professionals involved in it because they will see it then as something being very important, and therefore we can take it into reality. So with that is what we aim to do, is to facilitate this knowledge so that we can convert it into reality. We generate different types of courses and content that are all related to accessibility, physical accessibility, transport, and we offer different types of online workshops where we go into detail, into greater depths on the issue of accessibility. So how do we teach this? What is the experience that we're trying to provide to those people who attend our workshops? I really want to make sure that the explanations are very simple, very clear. I want to get away from being extremely technical. I don't want to necessarily get into the details of the regulations because we know that if we have all of those details, I know we need to understand how to apply them, but I want to get into the real simple understanding because the regulations might be different from one country to another. So I think before we really get into the details of those regulations, I think we have to understand the concept very clearly. So we want to think about those things that affect us every day, how we navigate through a city like Lima, for example. What is my experience when I go through the city, when I was pregnant with my children, for example, when you're going through the street and you're trying to get around the traffic, you need to bring it down to that level so they understand how important it is. So that is something that is really important to me to be able to communicate. Another thing that I really liked that's such a pleasure for me to communicate with my students is those sessions that are live, where we do them once a week, and we talk about real practical cases with real clients. So we can see how we were able to solve issues that in real life. And that's also where we share like the doubts or concerns of our different students. We have students from all throughout Latin America, and so they might find that they're coming face to face with different problems in Chile than in Colombia. And so we can exchange those experiences, debate about issues. It's a very enriching experience for all of us, not just my students, but for myself as well. And I think it's something that really contributes to our development. Then I also really like to make sure that I'm in constant contact. We didn't want it to just be sort of a virtual platform that you put up and sort of that's it. We wanted to make sure that all of the concerns and questions were answered. And we wanted to make sure that there was an easy way to be in touch with us to be able to clarify any doubts. So I always tell my students that they can ask any questions that they might have via the platform or via email. And then I think one of the other things that we've really tried to promote is the creation of different networks. For instance, today we have Josefina, Pamela, Christine. We know each other, and so that we can build all of those bridges. So I want my students that, that's very important to build those networks, to work together. Because, of course, that's how we can strengthen ourselves. There aren't that many people who are specialized in accessibility. So I think it's really important that we get to know each other, that we work together, that we share ideas. So it's not just about these live sessions where I want to build connections between my students, but once they've finished with our course, I really want to encourage them to continue to have a meetup maybe every 3 months at least. They can share ideas. So when we talk about some of the impacts that we've been able to have, we have students throughout Latin America. You can see the list of countries here on our screen. We have 1,600 students who've gone through our workshops. And then we've also had smaller courses and classes that are more personalized content. We also have had different free trainings, workshops and sessions that we've held. But more than just the number of students that we've been in touch, and which is very important, because I think we can have a greater influence, the larger number of students we can attract. But I think it's also important to see the variety of countries that we've reached. So that way we can really improve accessibility throughout the continent. I'd also like to talk about some particular stories in particular, because I think they're very motivating, very interesting stories. For example, we have the case of Renata and Mariangel, who met during one of our sessions, during one of our weekly sessions. They both live in Asunción. They didn't know each other before the course. And so Mariangel was finishing up her architecture degree at that time, and Renata was working in an institution in Paraguay, and now they're working together. So Renata has been able to bring on this other person onto her team, and they say that it's working out really well, and they've become really good friends. So it's one of those success stories that I love to hear. Of course, we have people like Adelina as well, who is the mother of a child with a disability. She's from Uruguay. And she lives in one of the tourist cities of Uruguay. And she wanted to know a bit more about the theoretical side, so that she would be able to be able to work and improve the life of her own child. Then we've also got Gustavo, who said that he wasn't that interested in accessibility before. And of course, now it's completely changed the way that he views accessibility. So, you know, that's what I want to share with you, a bit about our experience with accessibility at the Institute. And thank you very much for the time.
Gala, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for showing us these specialization or specialized courses for technicians and not technicians. We are going to continue with our questions session, where we are going to set some points of each presentation. I'm going to start with Josefina. Josefina, I wanted to ask you, how do you see the academic world can be involved in the inclusion of people with disabilities in the built environments? This is a very important question, because in the academia there are important pillars, which are the extension and the research. But there is something very important, that is to include this subject in the curriculum of the career. And in this niche that we find in this program, we see the curricula adaptation. We have students with disability that have the right to access the tertiary education, and it makes that each academic unit finds their own adaptations for these type of students. It is very important to work this with the professors, with the students, and with the parents, because parents have these concern, and they wonder what's the solution for their children to have access to the tertiary education. We've been working in different fields with the architecture, law, medicine, psychology faculties, creating this type of network between professionals so we can offer from each one of these units the solutions. Basically, I think that the curricular adaptations should exist, and they should be followed by the physical accessibility and the built environments. Thank you, Josefina. I know this case from very near. It's very difficult to have this access to this curriculum change or order. Pamela, we wanted to ask you this thematic file. Is there any kind of update plan? Because now we see bicycles, scooters. How are these files, if we can download them, and how can we work with them? There is something that is very clear for us, and it is the universal accessibility that is very dynamic. How technology has changed this pandemic, open a different window to the accessibility. And for us, the material that we have updated are these thematic files that will allow us to work based on themes. And that was what we did in pandemic, to update each one of those files. We did it until 2021 with the new actors that are part of the theater, all the conflicts that they brought us, the construction of different roads for bikes, for scooters, also the pedestrian space. And because we are all pedestrians at some moment of our lives, every day we are pedestrians and we need to have better cities. This inverted pyramid where we give a priority, where we incorporate these new topics that we are collecting from the streets and that we incorporate as topics to keep these files updated. Our material is there, it's available for trying to help and cooperate in solving all these kind of doubts. Thank you, Pamela. You know this, the webpage of Corporación Ciudad Accesible. You can download this information if you have any doubts. Gala, I wanted to ask you the following. How can we replicate these online courses in Latin America? And what are the main barriers that you see of the expansion for the diffusion or grounding this project of this Accessibility Institute? We are in Latin America. We have students from all over Latin America, and that is there because the realities are quite similar. Not all the countries face the same problems, but cities are set in a very similar way in the region. And we have not only focused in one country, but in the region. So we have considered at some point to expand this project to Spain, to the United States. And I think it's a new project because it's totally different, because the reality is totally different. That it would be to start from zero or from scratch because the reality is different. Although the accessibility is universal and knowledge can be applied here and anywhere and all around the world, the realities are different. And I think what is interesting about this Accessibility Institute is this, the particularity that is based on Latin American reality. If we focus on the reality of another region or country, maybe it's different. I think that's a barrier that we self-impose. Yes, I agree with this change. I think the accessibility or the mind for accessibility, it's different in other places, in other regions. Thank you, Gala. And with this, we want to thank Gala, Josefina, Pamela for being here with us, sharing their knowledge, their enthusiasm, opening our minds, showing us there are other things in accessibility and from different countries and from different points of view. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much, Christine, and our panelists on the physical accessibility and transport session. Without a doubt, it's one of the issues that has advanced the most in terms of accessibility. However, there are still significant barriers that need to be overcome. To finish the day, we'd like to invite you to enjoy our last session, Access to Culture. The experts that we've invited will analyze the use of technology to bring access to culture to everyone and guarantee the rights of all for access to leisure and recreation. For this conversation, we will have the presence of our moderator, Sonia Garcia Freire, who is part of the International Biennial of the Fundación 11. It's an initiative that looks to recognize and disseminate the work of artists with disabilities, as well as to promote their access and participation in the art market. She will be joined by Claudiu Leverenz, the founder of Escola de Gente, a Brazilian NGO that has developed the BEMCA application that presents all of the cultural events in the area and their accessibility characteristics. They will be joined by Francisca Florenzano, the managing director of Fundación Corpartes, a Chilean foundation that works to improve accessibility to culture for all. We'll also hear from Alexander Jensen of Subreader, which is a Danish application that reads subtitles out loud for movies and television series. And finally, we'll be accompanied by Essl Leblois, a representative of the Valuable 500, an initiative that looks to promote inclusion at the managerial level throughout the world. Enjoy the session. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you to Zero Project for Latin America for inviting Fundación 11 to be part of this event on accessibility and ICT. This panel is about access to culture so that people with disabilities can have full participation in the cultural world thanks to technological advances. Before listening to our panelists, I'd like to introduce myself and who I am and what my initiative is. My name is Sonia Farre, and I work in the cultural department at the Essl Foundation in Spain. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Essl so that you have a bit of context. Essl was founded as part of the initiative, and then it founded Fundación 11, one of its cultural foundations, and then Ilunion. Essl was founded in 1938 to improve the life of people with visual impairments and disabilities. It works. After 50 years, it founded Fundación 11, which looks to raise money through the lottery so that the lives of people with disabilities can be improved through labor inclusion, training, and accessibility. Then we have our union representative, Ilunion, which works with people with disabilities in hotels and other aspects of tourism. Together, we make up Fundación 11 so that we can improve the life of people with disabilities and their participation in society. In the next slide, we can see that within Fundación 11, we have the organization that looks to promote accessibility. It is fundamental for 10% of the population. It will make the entire population comfortable, but it is necessary for 40% of the population. When we thought of this, we're looking about targeting not just a small portion of the population, but everyone. In terms of culture, it is a fundamental right, and Fundación 11 works with the Department of Culture in order to improve access to physical spaces, and we use technology to do so. I've been working there since 2007, and I wasn't really aware of just how much exclusion there was of people with disabilities, even though I myself am someone with a disability. I am deaf, and often I would I needed them to repeat things for me, or I would try to figure out, to fill in the gaps in a creative way. And so I've always had to lean in to be able to hear conversations or listen to or read the subtitles. In the next slide, we'll see some of the ways that we have been able to overcome some of the difficulties of access to culture. We have the Contemporary Art Biennale that began in 2006. This is on the next slide. My mouse isn't working very well today, I'm sorry. So one of our greatest cultural developments is the Contemporary Art Biennale that looks to increase labor inclusion of artists with disabilities. It also looks to provide access to culture for people with disabilities and eliminate the barriers to creation and appreciation of the arts for people with disabilities. It is a collective effort that looks to bring together visual artists with and without disabilities to create this exhibition. We look to be able to hold different types of events, including different training events and workshops between people with and without disabilities to participate with artists. And they can participate regardless of their capabilities. And so we also look to increase the use of technology in our cultural events. For example, here in the Biennale, we look to use technology to be able to increase the access to the cultural event. We ask artists, museums, and galleries that loan works to the Biennale to help us understand their work and to translate that content into different audio guides that we then provide within the exhibition so that anyone can listen to that content and so that people with visual impairments, for instance, can still enjoy the content. We have been able to record this content in video format using sign language interpreters so that they are also available for people with auditory disabilities. We have different types of mediums such as performance art. And so we also provide audio descriptions and subtitles so that they can be appreciated by people with different types of disabilities. In the next slide, we can see the parallel activities that we carry out during the Biennale. We have a cinema cycle that has 6 to 8 films where people or actors with disabilities are included in the films, so that these films are also accessible to the audience, as well as the physical access to the cinema. We have subtitles and audio descriptions of the movies so that people with visual disabilities can also enjoy them, as well as people with auditory disabilities can listen to the subtitles. That way, when listening to the audio description, someone with a visual disability is able to enjoy that movie in the fullest way possible as anyone else in the audience. In the next slide, we can see, sorry, we'll pass to the next slide once again. We can see a group of performers, a group of people who are working, sorry, on the wrong slide, a group of people who are working with the exhibition. We also look to make sure that people can participate in these events. Those people who work as guides at these events are trained on working with people with disabilities so that we can adapt the content to all of the needs of the different audience members. We also have guided visits that include sign language interpreters so that we can provide greater enjoyment for people with auditory disabilities. In the following slide, we have an image of one of the dance recitals that we have that shows the performers. And it shows that one of the elements that we like to incorporate is incorporating actors or dancers who also have disabilities. And we make sure that all of these performances are also accessible by, again, providing that audio description So people can listen to an audio description live that it goes describing the performance that we are witnessing. We also provide subtitles for the performances broadcast above the stage. This is also that people with disabilities can appreciate the arts. We also look to have performance with disabilities participate in the works. In the next slide, we show some of the people who've worked so that this has not been a job that has been working on a bubble on its own. The only time that we have not carried out the Biennale was during the pandemic. We have worked with several different public and private sector organizations to carry out different parallel events. For example, the Reina Sofia Museum works with our committees, and the directors of different museums in Spain and the royal family. If we have the participation of all of these different organizations, then we will be able to have a greater reach. But if we can also participate with different organizations who don't have anything to do with the world of disability, that can show just how powerful a message we can transmit by growing our reach beyond the community. You can see here some of the people who have participated in our event. It'll be from the 25th of October to the 29th of January. We also work with different seats for the performance of this Biennale. We will be working with La Casa Encendida, the Cinematic Arts Foundation, and the National Dramatic Arts Center. It's important to continue to learn and to reach a greater public on us, because that way we can reach and achieve excellence. So I'm looking forward to learning about different experiences and best practices. We're going to continue to learn about the experiences of our panelists in the next session. First, we have Claudia Werner, who is an advocate for inclusion and a founder of Escola de Gente. She is specialized in communications from the Rio de Janeiro University, and she also worked with the Osvaldo Cruz Foundation. She has published materials on accessibility in several different languages. She is a columnist for the País media in Brazil, and she will be talking about Benca, the application for accessible culture in Brazil, which includes events, cultural events, and all different sorts of activities taking place. Please, Claudia, go ahead. Thank you very much, Sonia, for that introduction. My name is Claudia Werner. I am a writer and activist. I work at Escola de Gente on inclusion. It is an NGO that I created 20 years ago. Escola de Gente is our name for two reasons. First, because we closely follow all people, and we don't believe in any type of discrimination based on inequalities or differences. Second, we train youth on the concept and practice of being an inclusive society. It is our main strategy to be able to hold a wide offering of communication means. There are three inspirations for our work. First, that the most serious forms of discrimination occur during processes of communication. This is due to the shortage or a complete lack of accessibility. Then we also believe that it's impossible to practice inclusion without transforming communication. Furthermore, it's impossible to transform communication without the support of digital technology. What is our main challenge? How can we mobilize the world of ICT in order to collaborate in these inclusive processes? In 2019, Escola de Gente launched the first Brazilian accessible culture platform. It is a platform that is fully accessible, of course. It was a historic success. Why? Because less than 5% of applications have any type of accessibility incorporated. Second, according to the Internet management communities, 99% of the Brazilian population over the age of 10 uses their mobile phone as the principal means to connect to the Internet. 53% of that population only accesses the Internet via their telephone. And this is mainly, particularly true in poor sections of society. And so what is BIMCA? BIMCA provides free access to accessible culture. It offers connections to entertainment through, and by mentioning the different types of accessibility on offer, subtitles, sign language, and accessibility, physical accessibility to locations. In BIMCA, people with disabilities and others can already see what accessibility features are available at different events throughout Brazil. BIMCA is and will always be fully free to users. It is an accessibility platform by the Escola de Gente. More than 80% of the world population with disabilities lives in poor areas of developing countries. The story behind BIMCA. BIMCA was launched at the end of 2019. In January 2020, we created a promotional campaign at the beginning of COVID-19 to draw attention to the app. We went into full lockdown due to COVID, and so cultural life was put on hold. And the journey of BIMCA was also put on hold because we were only able at that point to record in-person events. And yet, at the end of the day, the pandemic was fundamental to transforming our platform. The lockdown meant that Escola de Gente saw that people with disabilities were having to face the greatest isolation that they've had so far, especially when we're talking about those sectors of populations that were living in rural areas where they were already suffering from lack of connectivity before the pandemic. And so what happened? Because when the flow of information from in-person events began, what happened? We found a virtual world that erupted with all sorts of accessibility, with sign language, with subtitles. These were being produced by the OMS even. And so as a consequence, people with disabilities were unable to access information unless all of these accessibilities functions were included, even when we're talking about information about how to protect themselves about COVID-19. So they were once again victimized. So seeing this situation, BIMCA, with all of its accessibility features that were already incorporated, became an essential app. And so though we had this cultural feature as our initial founding moment, we were able to become a communication for the public space. And we were able to develop local connections. BIMCA was previously just a cultural app became a connection for knowledge. It was relaunched in 2021 as an entire platform for interaction with two new functions. First, it had a record of virtual and in-person events with accessibility features, as well as academic sources, books, courses, everything. Now you can look up 24 different types of events and with 12 different types of accessibility features. And these are events throughout the country, in-person events, hybrid events, or virtual events. Then we've also created a database of professionals that provide accessibility services, such as descriptions, subtitles, sign language. Therefore, getting over that false belief that it is hard to find accessibility professionals. Today's figures, we have had 21,000 downloads. More than 900 activities have been registered on this app. We have more than 600 users on average per month, and we have done 14 updates through Android and Apple stores, and we have solved or made 75 different bug fixes to the app. Our vision of the future, we want to make VEMCA a worldwide reference in terms of accessible applications. Our specific objectives, I'm sorry, we want to make VEMCA the main interaction platform for professionals in the accessibility sector. We also want to achieve certain specific goals, such as creating the VEMCA network and bringing our methodology to be able to create accessibility promotion agents, or APA. This is an award-winning team that has been recognized by the Zero project that was part of the Impact Transfer Program. And so with these projects between APA and VEMCA, we want to make a greater social impact. This is what we want to do with VEMCA. We also are going to go to the National Congress of Brazil. You can see on the photo here when we made our visit to the Congress. We want to become, grow our relationships with different universities and create a new generation of professionals that are specialized in ICT and accessibility. We also want to make sure that the VEMCA can be self-sufficient through monetization of its spaces and donations. We want VEMCA to be an example of where people with and without disabilities can interact and create connections together. The objective is to have a positive impact and overcome that digital exclusion and unemployment. In 2021, the UN recognized VEMCA as one of the best or top 400 best practices in the world in terms of its sustainable development goals. In 2022, we were also awarded by Zero Project, which is why we are here today. Escola de Gente works or continues to work so that the legacy, the positive legacy that comes out of the pandemic is that we achieve a digital world that is democratic, inclusive, free, and free of all barriers as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. I agree with you. We need to have this information about the cultural resources that are accessible and about the sustainability of the project that you have presented us. Congratulations. Now we're going to give our warm welcome to Francisca Florenzano. She's a sociologist. She's got a master's degree by the London School of Political Science, and also she's got a degree in the University of Cambridge, and also she's got a PhD from the University of Chile, and also she's the current director of Corpartes Foundation. She's got experience in public policies, communitary and social development, mental health, and matters related to cultural and arts. 4 times she's been recognized by in Chile as one of the 100 leaders in that country. She's going to share with us the work performed by the Fundación Corpartes. And thank you, Francisca, for being here with us. The floor is yours. Thank you, Sonia, for that presentation. And thank you all for this instance to share the work that we do in Fundación Corpartes. Corpartes is a foundation, a private foundation, nonprofit foundation, and its main objective for 16 years, it's been to provide and to open an opportunity access of the best of the arts for everybody. This challenge takes up place in 2 different work lines, which are very important. The first work line is that in Chile, we wanted to bring to Chile some disciplines, some arts that because of our condition as a country, being part of the third world and being an isolated country, these were artistic disciplines and also on stage deployments that could hardly ever come to the country, and that was the main objective. And after some time of doing this, we realized that the heart or the core of our foundation was to open the real access, lived access and felt access of these artistic manifestations to everybody. That's why our main idea is that is our main challenge, is the best of the arts for everybody. And that's where I want to focus my presentation for you. The great questions that we asked ourselves is, how do we develop a cultural sector where there are no access barriers for people? And I'm not only talking about the ones that I've just mentioned in terms of bringing to our country these artistic presentations or works that didn't come in the past, but we need to overcome those barriers. We need to, and sometimes we do not realize these barriers exist and that do not allow culture and arts reach people according to their realities and according to their needs. That's why in the objective of this foundation, which is Corpartes Foundation, in our mission and in our vision, and also in our strategic objectives, we see the relevance that opening and widening the access to culture and to art, it should mean that in each one of these works, in each one of these new projects, we provide and we measure quantitatively and qualitatively the possibility of open these options for new audiences that may enjoy this in a very open way, enjoy these new proposals that we are bringing. Why? That's the question that we are asking ourselves. And I know that the other foundations, the other initiatives that are sharing this panel are also wondering about this. Basically, it's because there is no society and there is not individual and there are no communities that can reach development, a whole development. When we are talking about this as a whole, if we are not able to open all the spectrum that arts and culture bring us for a social, community, and individual development. That's why our foundation is based on the access to art and culture, which is a human right and also is based on the development of the human being in all its aspects, with a tridimensional model where we consider why is it necessary, as we say, to breathe in each one of our initiatives that issue about a complete accessibility to all the groups of people, in which it's our main concern, the best of the art for everybody. And we have to do this for in each one of our works and proposals. It's a human right, it's part of the development of people, and that's why we have to consider a relevant aspect that any form of barrier that halts the access and participation of people and communities to the cultural processes and the cultural ecosystems will inhibit the development of the society, and it will inhibit an inclusive democracy. Because of this, for 6 years, Colpartes has considered that for each one of the concerts, for each one of the plays in terms of the works or the music works or the plastic works, we develop inspired and supported by technology as well, because without technology, it is very difficult or even impossible to take these steps. The accessibility for a person who suffers from any kind of disability that might be physical or cognitive or any other kind, so they do not have any kind of barriers to enjoy, to participate, or also to be an actor or part of those works in our cultural center or in the work that we do for the communities. We have some examples here for the access to our cultural center is totally enabled in physical terms for people for any kind of physical disability, so they can have access without any kind of barrier or limitation, something that may sound basic, but we understand that in large cities and in many countries, and even here in Santiago today, to commute or to travel in the city is very hard for many people. We also have audio systems in which blind people or people with certain sight impairment, they walk around our center that has a lot of work, such as sculptures, such as paintings, and even if they have any kind of hearing disability or visual disability, they can also enjoy from all aspects offered by the cultural center, although that's not something specific. Also, we have some supports, for example, before a play, for those who can't see, they can touch how the actors are and the actresses are. They can also touch their clothes before the play starts. So once they are in the room, they can have these elements so they can enjoy this play in a better way. Also, in our annual agenda, we also have included the disability issue in an opposite way. We are the people who are the ones who can see are the ones who have to join that world of those who cannot see. About the use of technology, we started to adapt before pandemic. We realized that this access issue and this thing of overriding the barriers that are physical barriers in terms of physical disabilities and also in terms of cognitive disabilities, and also these barriers considering how could we reach these rural areas, people who couldn't come to our cultural center. And we also work with migrant communities. We work with imprisoned communities, and this use of technology allowed us to progress, trying to reduce those barriers slowly before pandemic, and after pandemic or with pandemic, we had an explosion in which corporate artists took all their physical programs to the digital world. And the development that we had before and the support that we had from the technology that was mainly seen from a perspective of opening the access to certain groups that have a certain type of disability, that was even made bigger in order to allow all groups that faced all these difficulties in pandemic. And also we wanted to strengthen and to reiterate that this is the path, the way to continue struggling for this. That is, this struggle is based on the human rights. It's also based in terms of the whole development of all people, of complete development of all people, regardless of their economic situation, regardless of where they live, regardless of their physical disabilities, regardless of their income. So they could reach the development where culture and art plays an important role. And that goes, or we can see this from the point of our capacity as a society, and the role of culture and the role of the information technologies that play a very important role, and we should be able to use them in the right way. And also we have to consider this robust change that we all live. And here there is now this tension because of the pandemic that is still there. And I shared with you this scheme that you can see in this slide that we have integrated as the foundation in terms of making a comparison between the challenge that we had as a sector in an analog time in terms of opening the access for the access and participation, how we saw this before pandemic in a digital era where technology was very important for access and participation in order to integrate groups that had been excluded, that had no chance to participate in the world of culture, and also to receive a benefit of all the aspects of arts and culture in the society, and how we move to a new stage, to a new moment. And this is our reflection as a foundation. And this is the COVID times that state something different to what we had considered would be the change between an analog era and a digital era. And that's where at the point where we are developing this, where we are bringing new initiatives, different works that have challenged us, that after March 15, 2020, when we had to close our cultural center, and just 1 week ago, we opened that again. And we are expecting to be stronger and to have a better integration of all the human beings living in this earth, and that nobody feels and nobody is excluded of all the contribution the art and culture may bring. It's not only to guarantee the best of the arts, it's not only to say or to tell Chile and Latin America, we bring the best of the arts, or we develop the best of the arts in our own countries. But it's also to say so proudly that we guarantee that we are relevant actors in, and everybody has access to art, to that culture. And also we develop a society, we develop people, our children that are the future, and all the people who inhabit our earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Francisca. It was so interesting, everything that you were talking about in terms of creating those cultural offerings that are accessible and that you take advantage of technology to do so. We're going to welcome Alexandra Jensen, who founded a subreader at 18 years old. It reads subtitles out loud for dyslexic users. Today, it can be used for cinema, Netflix, Disney+, and there are more than 150,000 people using it with reading difficulties. Alexandra, can you tell us a bit more, please?
Hi, my name is Alexander. I'm one of the founders of Subreader, which is a Danish startup that offers spoken subtitles for people with reading difficulties. So that might be people with dyslexia or visual impairments or other disabilities that makes it difficult to read the subtitles or understand movies that are not in your own language. So that, given that, for example, I'm from Denmark, a lot of people here, they struggle with the French movies or English movies. So what Subreader does is that it provides a translation of the movie through an app. And the reason I started Subreader back a few years back is actually because my brother has dyslexia himself. So that means that whenever we've been watching a movie at home, my mom has always been reading the subtitles aloud for my brother, but also for me and for the rest of the family. And that's frankly quite annoying. So you can maybe imagine watching Lord of the Rings with your mom's voice in the background for almost 3 hours. That gets quite annoying. So we ended up not watching as many movies as we wanted to. And that's the reason that I started Subreader and actually developed an app that could translate the movie for my little brother so he could watch movies in any languages and get them translated to Danish. And that also means that he can watch a movie with his friends and then still understand and laugh whenever anyone else laughs. And the way it works is that you just have a pair of headphones in your ear, and then you download our app on your phone. And that will then integrate with, for example, Netflix or Disney Plus or any of the cinemas that have bought our system. And then you can simply just sit back and enjoy the movie as everyone else in the cinema or that you're watching the movie with. So the whole idea is that people are able to consume and watch movies and TV shows on the same terms and equal terms as everyone else without being stigmatized. And today, this is actually quite a big far in Denmark, but in Europe alone, there's almost 52 million people with dyslexia who have difficulties with reading. And in South America as well, and in Latin America, the number is probably bigger because have analphabetics and also other groups of people who never learned to read. And this constitutes a very big problem for people whenever they want to watch a movie in the cinema, if they want to watch the new Harry Potter or any other movie in English. So I thought my brother initially was the only one with dyslexia, but after I started working on the project, I realized that it's actually 7 to 10% of any given population that suffers from dyslexia and therefore have difficulties with reading. So the way that Subreader works is that you download an app on your phone, and then we have integrations with a bunch of different streaming services. So that might be Netflix, that might be Disney Plus, that might be HBO Max. In Scandinavia, we also have some other streaming services that we offer. And then in the app, you'll be able to search for the movie that you're about to watch on your TV or on your computer or iPad or wherever you're watching it. And then our app, our platform, will search across all the different streaming services that we integrate with. And then you can simply just select, might be Lord of the Rings, might be Harry Potter or James Bond in our app. And then on the TV or where you're watching it, you just simply start the movie. And in our app, you press play. And then we have some audio synchronization algorithms that listens to the audio from your TV or where you're watching it from. And then it completely automatically synchronizes the translation of the movie by simply listening to the audio. So that makes it really easy to use for people with different disabilities, and also makes it quick and easy for anyone who needs to use it to understand the movie. And as I said before, the whole idea is that people are able to use this service without having to go through too much struggle and without having to annoy other people. So what you simply need to do is just download our app, use a pair of headphones, might be a pair of AirPods or other headphones that you have, and then you just find the movie that you're about to watch, and then it synchronizes automatically. The app is built quite smart because we actually support more than 30 languages. So whenever we receive some subtitles in a language that we have a voice for, then we can read them aloud. So that also applies for Spanish or for any other language that might be in the South American area. And that also enables us to expand to other regions really fast. The only thing we need is actually the integrations with the local streaming services so that we can provide the movies that are available in that region. The way it works in the cinema is slightly different. The cinemas, they buy a small server from us that they install back with their DCP. And then whenever the movie is played in the cinema, then we automatically receive the subtitles from the cinema. And as a user, you just download our app again. It's the same app. And then before you enter the screen or the room where you're watching the movie, there'll be a QR code outside. Typically it's placed on the door. And in the QR code, you can find our logo as well. And then through our app, you just scan that QR code, and then you are connected to the movie that you're about to watch. That means that whenever the movie starts playing, it will automatically be read aloud through your phone. So you don't need to do anything else than just scan this QR code. And so today we actually have 3 different areas where SubReader can be used. As I mentioned, we have SubReader Cinema, where you scan this QR code and the cinemas, they buy the system from us. It's completely free for everyone to use as long as the cinema has the system installed. Then we have a school product, which is a product that schools or municipalities can buy from us. And for this product, we integrate with different educational streaming services. So that you might be in an educational environment and you have to watch a movie in a foreign language. And people with disabilities, they might be on unequal terms because they have difficulties with reading the subtitles. So with our school solution, those students can just use our app, and then they will get the movie translated, and they can participate in the following educational process as well. Then finally, we have the SubReader Home version, which is the integrations we have with all the biggest streaming services like Netflix and Disney+. And that works the way I explained previously. And you simply just need to download the app, and then we have a small subscription fee of around $6 a month, which gives you access to all of our content. And then where we are today is that we have more than 200 schools using SubReader. That's primarily in Denmark. Then we have more than 125 cinemas who have bought our system and operates it today. We actually have 80% of all the Danish cinemas, and then we have around 40% of all the Swedish cinemas, and we continue to get more new cinemas on a regular basis. And then every day we read more than 300 hours of subtitles aloud for our users. And that's actually quite a lot of movie watching when you think about it. We actually have more than 125,000 dyslexics, or primarily dyslexic people who have downloaded our app and have used it to a certain extent. So that was it for my presentation. I hope you all enjoyed. And if you have any questions, then please let me know.
Thank you, Alexander. It's inspiring how from this idea to help a person, you get this technological solution that also becomes a company that creates solutions. Congratulations for that. We are going to give a warm welcome to Essl Leblois. He is the Alliance creator of Development 500, where he creates bonds with the disability community and also the people from Valuable 500. He's been working for many years in the disability world in many fields, such as employment, such as inclusive design. He also has a master's degree from Boston, and also he will help us in the development of these, for example, in the world of the arts. Welcome, Stefan. The world is yours.
Thank you, Sonia, for that kind introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Essl Leblois. I'm the Director of Partnerships at the Valuable 500. And today we will be discussing innovations and leadership in the business community as it relates to access to culture. I've prepared a few slides for you, but first, before we get into different topics and certainly different examples of leadership and innovation, let's first talk about who we are. So the Valuable 500 is a global business collective made up of 500 businesses and 500 CEOs at those businesses that are all moving individually and together towards creating a more disability inclusive and accessible business community. Together, we have quite a large presence. So we have 500 companies representing 22 million employees around the world across 64 sectors and industries, and that are based in 41 countries. And so together, these 500 companies are leveraging their global influence and the scale of their companies to create systems change. And so when we think about how that system change is realized, we have what we call our transformation program, which is a 6-step transformation wheel, as you'll see on the screen. And for those of you who may not be able to see it, what we have represented on the screen is a wheel. It almost looks like a wheel of cheese cut into 6 different sections. We have a section that's called C-Suite, and that transformation area is related to helping business leaders reconsider or reconceive how to think about disability and how to prioritize that in their business strategy. We have culture, which looks at not only culture as we've defined it, as my colleagues on this panel have defined it, but also looks at workplace culture. So how businesses consider disability inclusion in the workplace. We also have customers, so looking at how customer experiences are considered. Are they accessible? Are they disability inclusive? We also have representation and research and reporting, which really looks at how businesses around the world collect data on disability, both internally and externally, and how they use that data to improve their business practice, again, for their internal stakeholders, and improve the customer service experience for their external stakeholders. And lastly, we have representation. So how does disability figure in all external representation of that business? So that could be in public relations, that can be in branding or advertising campaigns, that can be in imagery, that can be in film, and so on and so forth. So how does disability figure there? And the reason why I put this transformation program on this presentation is to really consider how business can use this transformation program how a business can use this transformation program to transform its individual practices and its individual goals, but then in turn impact the greater community and impact access to, among other things, cultural experiences. And so I'd like to share a couple of examples of businesses that have done this quite well, beginning with, and these are all businesses that are part of our global collective. And the thing that these businesses have in common, actually there are three big things that they have in common. The first is these initiatives that I'll talk about here in a second are a direct result of leadership initiatives. So these are initiatives that were started and sponsored by folks at the highest leadership levels and listed as a priority in their business strategy. This isn't something that these businesses chose to do because it's the right thing to do, but because it's the smart thing to do. They wanted to include this as part of their overall business offering and their long-term strategy. The second thing is, all of these businesses implemented these programs in large part with the support of internal stakeholders. So it's really, it's the managers, it's their employees that drove change. and that led many of these programs. And lastly, these internal stakeholders also worked with external groups. So actually reaching out to the community, the disability community, to get expertise, get advice on how to do all of these things. Those are the hallmarks of a successful, those are kind of the pillars of a successful disability inclusion strategy in business. And I think this can be translated to any other kind of context, whether you're working in a public sector department, or whether you're working in government, or whether you're working in a museum or an art gallery or a music venue or any other kind of cultural venue. Leading with disability, making sure to listen to your people and engage your internal stakeholders, and also engaging with external groups to make sure that you're doing things properly. Those are the three big pillars to remember from this conversation. And so I'll start with what Airbnb has done in making their offerings more accessible, and in turn making some of their kind of improving the customer experience for their consumers. So this was a few years ago. They actually partnered with several disability organizations from around the world to create a accessibility guide for the hosts of their experiences. So they had already done quite a lot of work in educating the hosts of their lodging facilities and of their homes on accessibility and the importance of accessibility. But here they decided to launch the same initiative in their experiences. So having the hosts of their experiences, whether it's a food tour, whether it's adaptive sports or whatever, educating them on the different issues that may face different disability groups as they try to experience these things. And at the same time, they also made sure that on the front end, their customer journey throughout their website was accessible, and also had search filters that would include accessible experiences and would mark out the organizations and the hosts that had undergone or that had received the guide and had gained access to this accessibility training. ITV is another organization that's done phenomenal work in this area, particularly around representation of disability in broadcasting. So they are among a couple of different broadcasters in the UK that have really focused on developing, making sure that disability representation is at the focal point of their disability inclusion strategy. Lastly, Comcast NBC Universal has done phenomenal work in making sure that they're technologically, they are accessible to users of all disabilities, and have also made sure that their recreation areas, that their in-person offerings are accessible, including Universal Studios and their Comcast Center. I am unfortunately out of time, but if you'd like any more information, I will make sure to get my contact information to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan, for your presentation and all the interesting things you have told us about. Thank you so much. Now we're going to start with the questions panel, where we are going to have all our speakers. I'm going to start with Claudia. Claudia, is there any expansion plan in the region of Benca in this application for the accessible culture in the long and in the midterm? Yes, we want to find a sustainable way to expand Benca in Latin America and in the world. We have two main challenges. First is to guarantee the sustainability, the financial sustainability of Benca, because we don't want the users to pay for anything. Because for us, for the Escola de Gente, the free access, it's accessibility. And the other challenge that we have that is very important for us is to have the the possibility of the ability to invest in Venka development to continue with the continuous progress in terms of technology of the smartphones, because they advance at a very high speed. Thank you for that question. In this world that progresses in a very fast way, it's very important to look forward, to look for the future. Francisca, the floor is yours now, and the question is, considering that in Chile we have a new administration, do you think it is possible to create this joint work that will allow us to have a society that is more accessible in terms of culture? What are the steps to follow in this sense? I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you before. Yes, we have a great challenge as a country, and it comes on two sides. So first, today, the world of arts and culture has an underdevelopment and under financing that is very important. So in this sense, everything related to accessibility, if we can advance in these for everybody, those who are related to the arts and culture, it's an important step. And having said this, we always expect to achieve these goals. And we have this proposal for the new administration, and we are going to look and what we have done as the Corpartes Foundation is not only to talk with the Ministry of Arts and Culture about our projects, but also we want to work with the National Services on Disabilities and the Ministry of Social Development, because this way we can join these three entities and we can progress in this. And with the ministry and with this development area, they contribute not with their point of view, and we can do something bigger. And we are convinced that we will progress in a good manner with the new administration, because it's a social challenge, and we have to be together with the world of the arts and culture, with the world of the social development, and the world of the disability ministry, and all those who want to join us. Thank you so much, Francisca. It is true to have this cross-sectional way of working, and we cannot forget about how to use them to reach our objectives. Alexander, we want to know if you may think that it's possible to have any kind of alliances with HBO Max and Netflix and all these streaming platforms, so we can have a massive use of this app.
Yeah, that's a very good scenario, and that's exactly what we're working on in Subreader at the moment. Actually, when we built the platform from the beginning, we already took into account that it would be used in other countries and other regions of the world than in Denmark. That's also why we included a text-to-speech repository of more than 30 languages, which means that we quickly can expand to new markets and to new languages and to new cultures. The only thing we need is actually access to the content in the local region, and that's where these different streaming services are essential for us to actually move into those regions. So for us to go into the Latin American region and the South American region, we would have to have these integrations applied to the regional departments of the different streaming services. We already have integrations in place with Netflix and Disney Plus for Scandinavia, but we would need to apply the same agreement or the same integration with their content for the South American and Latin American market. And once that's done, we can actually expand into that region within a few weeks almost. And then it's all a matter of how we can get the word out to the population that this is an opportunity for them to use. And the same applies for the cinemas. Our solution today actually already supports cinemas in that region. The only thing they need to do is actually install our small server, and then they're ready to go. So that can be done in a matter of days. Thank you very much for the question.
Muchas gracias, Alexander. Muchas gracias por ser emprendedor.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for being an entrepreneur and for continue progressing. And in order to end with this round of questions. Stefan, I would like to know how these initiatives of Escola de Gente or Subreddit may reach private institutions in order to allow the funding for the sustainability of the projects.
So thank you for that question. I think that there are many ways that businesses can partner with organizations such as Escola de Gente or Subreader. I think it really depends on the sector of the business. It depends on what their giving priorities are if they have a foundation, and certainly what geographic interest they may have. So, you know, depending on where organizations like these two are based, I think that's a huge factor, or where they do work is a huge factor, because you want to align your goals or your activities as much as possible to the interests of the business. Approaching a business that does not have necessarily a tie to the type of activity that you're engaged in, it'll be very hard to convince them to provide you with funding or any kind of support. So make sure to do your research, understand where they operate, understand, you know, what their funding priorities are for the CSR or foundation activities, and reach out accordingly.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Great ideas about this accessible culture. They need the support and we need them to be sustainable. It's important to involve people that, that have them as part of their financing strategies. Thank you to all the speakers who have joined us and all the audience of this session. I just want to tell you 4 things as a take-home message: how pandemic has helped us to evolve, to solve problems in a fast way or in a faster way. Something that could have taken us years, it took us months. Culture helps us to override barriers, things, negative things such as the abusive use of mobiles. It's a tool for creating this accessible culture, and it's important to have this sustainability in the ideas that will lead us to sustainability. If we obey what Einstein said, the mind that opens to a new idea never reaches its original size in our minds. All those who have been here are open for and consider the culture to be accessible. That's what we have to follow from now on. Thank you so much. We are very pleased to observe this very meaningful progress that eliminate the barriers so everybody can have access to culture. We want to thank Sonia and all the speakers who were with us today for sharing with us their work for inclusion. With this session, we finish the program of today, and we want to thank your participation and also your commitment to continue and contribute for a world without barriers. We want to say goodbye to you, and now with you, the executive director of Fundación Descúbreme, Carola Rubia, who will give you a farewell message.
Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who accompanied us over these past 2 magnificent days. I'd like to thank the Essl Foundation and the work that we've done together, along with Fundación Descúbreme and Fundación Once, to present this conference. Of course, I'd also like to thank our sponsors for their support and the presentations that we've heard from for each project. They show the significant advance that we've made in terms of inclusion, but they also show the challenges that lie ahead if we are to continue on this journey. We're happy and proud to continue to contribute to a society that is more inclusive in our region and the world, one in which we can all exercise our rights
without barriers, difficulties, or limits. I'd also like to take advantage to remind you that all of the sessions from the conference will continue to be available on our platform whenever you would like to re-listen to them. You can also download the material for each session. I'd like to invite you to continue to be part of our Zero Project initiative and to follow us on our social media.
Because we understand if we both are part of the same society, I could be me. Zero barriers, zero wants, zero borders, zero bonds, zero limits. By reaching our aim, Zero Project, the dignity of man.
If you give me chances and take me by the hand, if you let me grow, and if you let me be, if we all gave up our partiality, then I could be free. See